All right. I think I got everything set up correctly. This is W8HRF. Anybody out there want to get on the list for the BeaconNet, let me know. This is the pre-show. I'll be running the pre-show. Lucy will be running the really big shoe. And we got Nick at night doing trivia, and myself doing alternate trivia tonight. Anybody out there?
W8WKY.
Yeah, see, this is Whiskey Bravo 8 Golf Kilo Victor WB8GKV Ed at Wadsworth. Again, early pre-check again.
Kilo Charlie 5 Romeo Bravo Golf KC5 RBG Shannon and Tulsa.
Hey Josh, KG4SCK saying good night, Gracie. In and out.
All right. We got WB8GKV, KC5RBG, and KG4SCK. Mark, thanks for stopping by tonight, Mark. You sleep well, and we'll send a good night Gracie your way as well.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, WB3K, and Phil here in Canal Fulton. Good evening, gentlemen.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, Phil in Canal Fulton. We got you on the list. How you doing tonight, Phil?
Doing okay. Been a little tired. Guess I'm waiting for the wife to get home. She's out doing something with the church, but other than that, I'm doing okay. I'm just about getting myself ready for bed. I've been a little worn out today, but other than that, it's good to hear you guys bring it up on the net, and I hope that the net goes very well and that you guys enjoy the evening. So I'm going to go ahead and make it an early one for myself, and just bid you all a real good night, and look forward to next time when I can get back on the radio and feel a whole lot better. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and clear with you, and it's good to hear you in there. God bless, and 73 to all. This is Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, and I'll be clear.
Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo, Whiskey 8 Hotel Romeo Foxtrot. Well, have a good night, Phil. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully, get a little rest. I know what you mean. I was feeling a little tired an hour or so ago, and I had to have a little caffeine. But I should be all right for the net. So very good. Thanks for stopping by, and have a good night. WB8CXO, Mike. Hey, thanks for streaming us on YouTube. I just sent the link. Are you going to be just in and out tonight like usual, or are you going to be sticking around for a little bit?
Yes, I think we will be in and out as usual. That's safe. I never know when I'm going to be called to go upstairs. And I've got a ton of things to do in spite of everything else that's going on. So thanks for running the net tonight. And everybody have a great rest of the week. WB8CXO.
WB8 CXO, Whiskey 8 Hotel Romeo Foxtrot. Well, thanks so much again, Mike, for streaming us. We appreciate it. And hopefully you're able to get done with what you got to get done. And we'll catch you on the next one. Let's see. We got a couple more minutes. Let's see. What else? Eric stopped in here. Let's see, who else do we have on the list? WB8GKV. Ed, how you doing?
Let's see here. WB8GKV is here. Oh, not doing too bad there. We're waiting for the lawn to dry. We got to get that lawn mowed, and that's our next thing there. I think we got about 9.5 acres. We don't mow quite the whole thing. So, and there's wet spots, and you never know where they're going to be in other areas that are dry. So that's our main next step thing here. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And doing okay. Say good evening to everybody on the net there, and so on and so forth. And we'll be here for the try to be here at least for the trivia. Say good evening there. WB8GKV Ed in Wadsworth.
WB8GKV, W8HRF. Sounds good, Ed. And yeah, I know what you mean about the lawn. I should have mowed our lawn Saturday or Sunday. I was planning on it on Sunday, and took an unscheduled nap in the middle of the day, and that kind of threw me off. But we'll get to it probably this weekend. I got to check the weather. We'll see. But hopefully that goes well. That's a lot of acres, so I hope you got a riding lawnmower. I assume you do. Oh, anyways, we'll catch you during the pre-show. Hey, KC5RBG, how you doing, Shannon? Good to hear you in here. Let's see, we got about another minute and a half before the girl. What's up with you, Shannon?
KC5RBG, doing good here. Just had several doctor's appointments today, and finally home and relaxing. And I'll be around for the big show.
KC5RBG W8HRF. Sounds good, Shannon. And glad you made it home and able to relax a little bit. Hopefully we can help a little bit with that, provide some entertainment tonight. So, all right, we got about 50 seconds here before the girl, so I'm going to step out of here, run upstairs real quick, grab myself my water, and I'll be back. We'll catch you all in just a minute for the pre-show. This is W8HRF, standing by.
The Beacon Net, a gathering of hams from around the world, will start on the system in 30 minutes. Come join us.
All right, I had to take a breath there. Ran back down the stairs. QST, 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 welcome to the Beacon Net. This is the pre-show. The Beacon Net is sponsored by the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association here on the W8WKY repeater in Doylestown, Ohio. 147.390, positive offset with a PL tone of 114 Mark 8. We lit up the nighttime airwaves every Sunday and Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Tulsa time. This is the pre-show. I'm here to take early check-ins and in-and-outs. I line them up, and Lucy knocks them down at the top of the hour. This is a controlled net, and we ask that all traffic pass through net control. Your net control operator tonight is not Kilo Echo 8 Victor Kilo Alpha. My call sign changed since the last time I read this script. Whiskey 8 Hotel Romeo Foxtrot W8HRF. My personal is Josh, Juliet Oscar Sierra Hotel, a.k.a. Mr. Lucy. And as is tradition, let's check in with the Beacon Net control team before we get this party started. as just Nick likes to call it. It's the Mickey Mouse roll call. We'll start off with Dustin, KD8EPC, W8HRF. You out there, Dustin?
W8WKY.
All right, a word from our sponsor, W8HRF and the BeaconNet pre-show. This is KD8EPC. I'm here. I have no responsibilities whatsoever. I'm just kind of tagging along on the sidelines, listening and playing on the blue screen, so we'll be here. This is KD8EPC, back to pre-deck control.
KD8EPC, W8HRF. Sounds good, Dustin. Enjoy the night off. Glad we're able to give it to you. Hope you have some fun. And next we're going to go on down to the man himself, Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf, just Nick. You still in Pennsylvania there, Nick? And what's up with you?
W8HRF, this is KD8SLG. I'm at a remote location, that's all you need to know. I have no responsibilities whatsoever tonight, but glad to be here and listening in. This is KD8SLG, back to net control.
KD8SLG, W8HRF. Well, by the sound of the buzz that you had every now and again, it sounded like you were in the Death Star swinging a lightsaber. Good to hear you, Nick. And let's see. Next, we're going to head on down to KE8QKO. Nick at Night, you got trivia tonight. Let's see how your rig is sounding. What's up, Nick?
KE8QKO. Hello, Josh. Hello, everybody on the net. Yes, sir, I do have trivia. And I think, if memory serves me from hearing Nick earlier, that hum is his Echo Sting hum. Because I think he had that on the Boredom Breaker net earlier today, if I heard it correctly, and sounds about the same to me. So that's my thought. Anyway, yes, I have trivia, and I'll be waiting around for the start of the net to share my amazing trivia question. But I'll pass it back to you, Josh. KE8QKO.
KE8QKO, W8HRF. All right, sounds good, Nick. And thanks for doing main trivia tonight. Looking forward to it. I have to say, the alt trivia that I have, I did not write. Lucy wrote it. I ran out of time this week. So grateful for that. It is a fun question. So looking forward to the trivia questions. All right, KE8QWE. Mike, how's your radio sounding and how are you doing? You have no responsibilities whatsoever.
Kilo Echo 8, Whiskey Echo. I'm sure I sound like me, and you sound like you. You sound fine. I'm not going to be here for the entire net tonight. I have to be over at Akron City for a scan the very first thing in the morning. I mean, it isn't anything unusual, just a routine scan, which I have to get every so often. So I'm not going to be here for the entire show, but I will be here for a while. So that being said, this is Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, back to Whiskey 8 HRF. Josh, it's all yours.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, Whiskey 8, Hotel Romeo Foxtrot. All right, Mike, sounds good. I'll keep you on the list. Maybe we'll give you a call nice and early so you can get your trivia questions in here. If I can remember how to mark you as such. Something like that. There we go. Sounds good. All right, I think that's everybody. Lucy's here, but I'm on the same radio, so I'm not going to...
Hi. I lost my microphone privileges.
I guess she lost her microphone privileges. Before we start doing check-ins, I would like to remind everybody that this is a link system, so please key for a couple of seconds before you start talking. And hang on for a second after you finish talking. We want to hear everything that you have to say. We're going to take 2 rounds of check-ins here, and then we'll start working our list to see who's going to be sticking around for the really big show tonight. All right. I think I'm ready to open this up. This is W8HRF, and I'm taking check-ins for the BeaconNet. Come now.
KE8QFT, Fred and Medina.
KD8 LLC, Rob in Chesterland.
All right. We picked up a couple that time, KE8QFT and KD8LLC. I probably should have read off who I all have on the list so far. So before I take another round, I'll read that off. W3ETB Eddie, WB4AIZ Chuck, AB8MO Andy, K5CFY Ray, KE8TQR Keith, he was in and out. Thanks for stopping by, Keith. WB8CXO Mike, thank you for stopping by as well. He checked in and out, and he's streaming us live on YouTube. Appreciate that, Mike. WB8GKV Ed checked in. KC5RBG Shannon. KG4SEK Mark checked in and out. Thanks for stopping by tonight, Mark. WV3K Phil checked in and out. Thanks for stopping by, Phil. KE8VZA Eric. Nice work on the show Sunday, Eric. KA0 KDW Brad got you off the blue screen. KE8QFT and KD8LLC. That's who I got. We'll take another round of check-ins. This is W8HRF. I'm listening.
Alpha India 5 Quebec KI 5Q.
All right. We got AI5Q, Jairus. And I also pulled off the blue screen, KE8TLG, James. All right. We got a good list. We'll start running this list and see who'll be sticking around. We'll start up at the top. W3ETV Eddie in Annapolis, Maryland. You sticking around tonight, Eddie? And how you doing?
Yeah, hi Josh. Yeah, I'm doing very well actually. I got only one thing accomplished today, but hey, one's better than none, I guess. And I will be sticking around. Got to hear those trivia questions and give the answers. I think the last time I was 0 for 0. We'll see how I do tonight. W3ETV, back to net.
W3ETB, WHRF. All right, sounds good there. Eddie, we'll leave you on the list, and don't worry, one of these days. Trivia is not my strong thing either. I just write the questions. I'm not necessarily good at it. So, anyways, we'll catch you later on the net. WB4AIZ, Chuck, how are you doing? And are you sticking around for the show tonight? Uh-oh. I think I pulled Chuck off of the blue screen or off of Echolink. WB4AIZ. Chuck, you around? Okay. It looks like he's disconnected right now. We'll come back and see if he pops back in. All right. So let's go down to Angry Bears Ate My Oysters, AB8MO. Andy, how you doing, Andy? And will you be sticking around for the really big show?
W8HRF. This is AB8MO. Wow, you remember that. That tickles me. And you also put in the mighty MO in there, too. Yeah, I seem to have acquired that slogan off of the Wolverine net, so... Hey, and it was great hearing you over there. I was on N8SOB's remote, so you were making it into the thumb of Michigan just fine, no problem. But then again, he hears everybody. He hears pretty much everybody pretty good. So it was great hearing you up there, and you're doing a wonderful job. At the pre-show, back to you there, Josh. This is ABNMO 015. Sounds good.
ABNMO W8HRF. All right, Andy. Yeah. Yeah. I was just sitting. I was sitting at the desk, and I turned the radio on and spun the dial, and I had a minute to just check in and out to the Wolverine net. So did that real quick. I really didn't listen to much of it, but I figured I'd give my off-center fed a little bit of something to do. I was playing around in HF a little bit last night. That was fun. I haven't done that in a while. I think I missed it. Are you sticking around?
You know, I don't know if I told you, but yes, I'm sticking around, ABNMO.
All right, roger that. Sounds good. Looking forward to it. All right, we're going to head down to K5CFY and see if Ray is here. I didn't see him on the blue screen, but we'll see if he's here yet. K5CFY, W8HRF. You sticking around, Ray?
With 8 high roller friends, K5CFY. Yeah, I'm planning on hanging around, doing a great job on the pre-net here, and we'll definitely hang around for the big show. K5CFY.
All right, sounds good, Ray, and thanks for sticking around. Looking forward to it. By the way, how did the boredom breaker net go today? How many check-ins did you guys get?
76, I think it was. Mr. Dustin did the heavy lifting there, and I kind of cleaned up, but appreciate all the fine folks up there on the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association hanging around for 2 hours and checking into the border breaker net. We definitely appreciate it. K5CFY.
K5CFY, W8HRF. Oh, man, that's a good number there, Ray. Nice. Wednesdays are a good day. That's cool. I did not get the chance to check in, but I like to whenever I happen to be out at the car at that moment. All right, very good. And we'll talk to you a little bit later on in the night. Let's see. We're going to head down. KE8TQR was in and out. WB8CXO was also in and out. That brings us down to WB8GKV. Also, I added KQ4IZV. James, got you from the blue screen. You're on the list. WB8GKV. You stick around for the big show, Ed? This is W8HRF.
See, there you go. Yeah, we'll be sticking around for trivia and all that stuff there, and so on and so forth. I'll turn it back. No traffic there. Turn it back to net control. WB8GKV.
WB8GKV, the W8HRF. Man, I got to get used to this call sign. Sounds good, Ed. We'll catch you a little bit later tonight. Looking forward to it. That brings us down to KC5, Real Big Guns. KC5, Real Big Guns. Shannon, I know you said you're sticking around, but I figured I'd give you a call out. And this is W8HRF.
Yes, I will be hanging around for the big show. And, gotta pester the net control and logger. Just something you gotta do. KC5RBG.
KC5RBG W8HRF. All right, sounds good, Shannon. We will look forward to your pestering, I guess, a little later tonight. Oh, I don't consider it pestering. All right, KD4SDK was in and out, like we said before. WV3K, Phil was in and out. Thank you guys again for stopping by. That brings us down to Eric, KE8VZA. How you doing, Eric? You sticking around for the show? And nice work on the net on Sunday. That was a lot of fun. Over to you.
W8HRF and the group. This is KE8VZA. Thanks, Josh, for the kind words there. Appreciate it. And yes, I am sticking around for the big show. Back to you, KE8VZA.
KE8VZA, W8HRF. Sounds good, Eric. Looking forward to it. And we'll catch you a little bit later tonight. That brings us down to KA0KDW, Brad. I think I got you off the blue screen. How you doing tonight, Brad? And how did your, I can't remember if your DMR net is tonight or if that's on Sundays. I think it's on Wednesdays. How did it go tonight if it was today?
18 stations tonight, and yes, it is on Wednesday nights at 8:30 Eastern on Missouri 3129. So the more the merrier. I am still on the phone call, so I'll go ahead and toss it back to you, and I do plan to stick around for trivia. KA0KDW.
KA0KDW, W8HRF. Sounds good, Brad. And thanks for linking us up over there in Missouri, I believe. We appreciate it. I have a friend in Missouri, and one of these days I'm hoping he gets his ham license. And I don't know if he's within range of your repeater network, but that would be cool if he was. So anyways, we'll say 7-3 for now and catch you a little bit later. And that brings us down to KE8QFT. Uncle Fred, how are you doing tonight, Fred? And will you be sticking around for trivia?
I'm doing fine, trying to stay warm. This winter, they won't go away. Yeah, I'll be here. K8QFT.
K8QFT. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Uncle Fred. It was nice the other day when it was warm outside. Well, I guess Saturday wasn't super warm. I had the garage closed to keep it kind of warmer in there. But I walked outside today and I was like, man, that's a little chilly. It's hard to believe it's going to be 80 degrees up here in a couple of days. I think I heard somebody saying that about the weather. So, but warmer weather's coming, so that's good. We're looking forward to it here for sure. All right, we'll clear with KE8QFT, and that brings us down to KD8LLC, Rob in Chesterland. How you doing tonight, Rob? And will you be sticking around for trivia?
Yes, I will be sticking around for trivia, and it's neat to be back up on the radio. I was flooded over here for a little while and had to rip the walls out and everything else. Finally got things put back together, and I'm hoping my radio's put back together well enough. But yes, I'll be sticking around for trivia.
KD8 LLC W8HRF. All right, sounds good, Rob. Man, yeah. Sorry about the flooding. That's no good. Yeah, when we first moved into our house less than a year ago, there was one wall that had a lot of water leakage. We took care of it now. Had to cut out some of the drywall because it was a little moldy and stuff like that. But it sounds like yours was a lot more extensive. So sorry about that. Hopefully it's all taken care of now. But your radio sounds great. Looks like you're coming in through the 015 Newberry repeater, so you sound great coming through that link. So looking forward to catching you a little later on tonight. All right, we'll clear with KD8 LLC. That brings us down to AI5Q. Jairus, how are you doing tonight, Jairus? How's the family? And will you be sticking around for the really big shoe?
W8WKY.
Well, of course, my Node ID has to go off as soon as you call on me. But anyway, no, doing good. Teddy turned 5 on Monday and had his little birthday party, and he finally got his birthday present from his mom and me today, which is a big kid bike, a 16-inch wheel bike, and he's been riding a little Strider bike with like 8-inch wheels on it for a couple years, so he's got the balance thing figured out. He just doesn't have the how to pedal stuff figured out yet. So he's really enjoying his bike, and it's red and black, and it looks like a fire truck if you squint, and he loves fire trucks. So that's a good thing. Then Varick, his birthday is tomorrow, and let's see, my 15th anniversary was last week, so we've had a busy. Went camping last weekend with the Cub Scouts, and Noel and Varick went camping with their troops, and we just had all sorts of fun. So anyway, yeah, I'll be sticking around for the big show, but got a lot going on, and always a fun time at the Barnett household.
Hey, I5Q, W8HRF. All right, sounds good, Jairus. Glad you'll be sticking around, and happy birthday to Teddy. That's awesome. 5 years old. I can't say that I remember when I was 5 years old, so that's cool that he got a big kid bike, though, too. I do remember when I was younger. I don't remember getting it, but my dad did motocross when he was younger, and so one of my early birthday gifts was a little mini motorcycle with training wheels on it. So I do remember that later on, so that was cool. And congratulations on the 15th anniversary. That's awesome, and sounds like you had a good time camping and everything. So we're looking forward to doing some camping here this summer too. We'll have to figure that out. So very good there, Jairus. We'll catch you a little bit later, and that brings me down to KE8TLG. James, I think I got you off the blue screen as well. Are you going to be sticking around tonight? This is W8HRF.
Yeah, W8HRF, KE8TLG here. Good evening, everybody on the net. This is my first time checking into the Beacon net. I picked you up on RF, but I didn't think I had the watts to reach the repeater, so I figured I'd switch over to Echolink, so that's where I'm at. But yeah, we'll stick around for the big show, whatever the big show is. Since it's the first time in here, I have no idea. So, but hey, we're here to play. KE8TLG, back to net control.
Very good. KE8TLG, W8HRF. Well, we'll give you a good introduction to the big show tonight. Normally, it's KD8EPC Dustin and KD8SLG on Wednesdays, but tonight we picked it up for him, which is so it'll be a lot of fun. It's myself, Josh, and my wife Lucy. She'll be doing the show in a couple of minutes here, so looking forward to it. And you might be able to get into the 700 machine in the Lyria. Can't remember if it's 146 700, and that's the Nora's repeater, K8KRG, and then there's the other repeater in Newberry, W80KE 147015. You might be able to hit that from Broadview Heights. It looks like you're from Broadview Heights. So, all right, looking forward to that, and that brings me down to KQ4IZV, James or Jim. Will you be sticking around for the really big show? This is W8HRF.
KQ4. Yeah, definitely hanging around tonight. It's just been a long day, and I'm just kicking back to relax and hang out. That's it for right now. Just somehow, I guess. Anyway, back to net control. KQ4IZV.
KQ4IZV, W8HRF. Sounds good. I think you said that you were sticking around. Your Echolink was cutting in and out just a little bit. Sounded like some packet loss, so maybe just a bad Wi-Fi spot. But we'll look forward to talking to you a little bit later. That brings me down to the bottom of the list. So we'll do one more quick round here before we turn it over to Lucy. We'll take some more check-ins. This is W8HRF. with the Beacon Net on the W8WKY repeater out of Doylestown. And I'm looking for check-ins. Please call now.
Kilo Foxtrot 0, November Victor Foxtrot, Danny, Delta Alpha, November Yankee in Nixon, Missouri.
KCA, Fox Queen Victor, Mark, in Ohio at the north, KSFQV.
Kilo Delta 2, Hotel Charlie Echo will be in and out.
KF8, AHI, Kilo Foxtrot 8, Alpha Hotel India. I'll be in and out. 4 o'clock comes early.
W5LLK, Whiskey 5 Lima Kilo, Chad, Pocahontas, Arkansas.
All right, let me pick it up there. All right, we got a good, nice orderly list that time. We picked up Kilo Foxtrot 0, November Victor Foxtrot, Danny. We got KC8FQV, Mark. KD8HCE, Chris, I believe. Wait. Chris, can you come back with your call sign? I thought I got it, but I'm not sure. Is it KD8HCE?
Almost. Number wrong. 2. I'm not from around here. Kilo Delta 2, Hotel Charlie Echo. I'm a transplant.
Okay, because I've heard your call, and I you know, when I said KD8 HCE, I was like, that doesn't sound right. So, all right, cool. Thanks for stopping by, Chris. And we'll you have a good night. KF8AHI, Mike, got you on that round as well, and W5LLK. Let's work this list real quick. It's almost net time. KF0NVF. Danny, will you be sticking around for the big show?
I'll be sticking around. It'll be my first time, so we'll see what happens.
KF0NVF, W8HRF. Sounds good. Looking forward to having you, and thanks for stopping by. It's always a good time. KC8FQV, Mark, I know you're going to be sticking around, but I'll ask you anyways. You sticking around tonight, Mark?
I'll stick around. We stopped at the Wooster Group, and we stopped over at the Cars Group in Cleveland, and we're here. With us, the Falls meeting tonight. The only thing why I wouldn't be here if I go to La La Land, so KSFQV. I hope I don't do that. I try not to. KSFQV.
Let's see. KC8FQV, W8HRF. Oh, yeah. Not recommended to go off to La La Land before trivia, Mark. Afterwards, that's okay. Wow. After you get your answers in, you can fall asleep. That's okay. Anyways, thanks for stopping by, Mark. We'll catch you in a little bit. KF8AHI, Mike, will you be sticking around for trivia tonight?
W8WKY. Nah, I'm going to be heading off. I'll be up at 4 a.m., so it's going to be a short night as it is.
All right, KF8AHI. W8HRF. Sounds good there, Mike. You have a good night and get some rest. 5 a.m. does come early. W5LLK, W8HRF. Are you going to be sticking around tonight, Chad?
Hello, this is W5LLK. I plan on it, and I'm surprised that y'all remembered my name because, well, I don't remember much of anything, but y'all know my backstory by now. And, you know, the strokes and everything. But I should stick around, yeah, unless I'm like that one guy and falls on to do that. But if I'm awake, I'll stick around. Back to net control.
W5LLK, W8HRF. Sounds good, Chad. I would like to say that I remembered your name, but I cheated and I got it on QRZ. But we do appreciate that you're here, and we'll be looking forward to talking to you in a little bit here. All right, I am a couple of minutes over my time. I'm going to pass this over to the lady of the hour, KE8YUK, for the really big show. Thank you all for checking in and chatting with me for a half hour here before. And it's now time for Lucy to light up the nighttime airwaves here on the Beacon Net. KE8YUK. This is W8HRF. Take it away, Lucy.
Everyone, it's 10:03, and it's my turn. Welcome to the Beacon Net. I'm Lucy, call sign KE8YUK, Kilo Echo 8, Yankee Uniform Kilo, otherwise known as the Yuck. And apologies in advance. I have had an entire cup of tea, and I am halfway through a cup of hot chocolate coffee, and I am wired, so apologies in advance. I will be your net controller this evening. The Beacon Net meets every Sunday and Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on W8WKY repeater 147.390 with a positive offset of the PL 114.8. You can also find us on the Allstar Node 48496 and Echolink W8WKY-R. This is a directed net, so all traffic must pass through net control, which, as stated, is me. We are linked in with our friends in Oklahoma, the Dewdrop Inn, and various repeaters, so please, I repeat, for the basically brand new net controller, please key for a couple of seconds before and after you transmit so we hear everything you've got to say. You'll hear a beep, but wait just a second or two after the beep before you transmit or unkey. Before we start taking check-ins, is there any emergency or priority traffic? If so, please call now. Nothing heard. We've got an amazing list of stations from our pre-show, but if you missed the pre-show and would like to check into the Beacon Net, please say your call sign phonetically followed by alphabetically, as well as your name and location. My lovely logger has just informed me that we had another check-in. Sandy, I do believe we just got you on the list. So if we have anyone else who would like to be on the list for the Beacon Net on, fun fact, it's 42424. Please call now with your call sign phonetically followed by alphabetically. They have been swept clean. And Josh took a second. 42424 is today's date, which I really wish I had worked more into my script and worked more into the alt trivia, but I didn't, so I just have to say it a lot. All right, we're going to go up to the beginning of the list. I really wish I had brought a mouse downstairs, but I didn't. Oh, yeah, trivia. Okay, so we're going to talk with Nick at Night for the trivia, followed by Mr. Lucy for the alt trivia. So I'm going to pass it over to, nope, not KD, it's KE8QKO. Go ahead and give us trivia.
KE8QKO. All right, thank you, Lucy, and fine business, Josh, on the pre-show. You guys are doing a great job. Okay, so the primary trivia question tonight is the call sign Whiskey 9 India Mike Sierra operates a special event at what location? Your options are Alpha, NASA Space Center, Houston. Bravo, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Charlie, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Or Delta, the Daytona International Speedway. I'll read that again. The call sign, Whiskey 9, India Mike Sierra, operates a special event at what location? Your options are Alpha, NASA Space Center, Houston. Bravo, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Charlie, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Or Delta, Daytona International Speedway. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Lucy. This is K8QKO.
Well, thanks so much for that, Nick. I'm going to take a page out of Dustin's book and take a minute to answer that. And if you could put it in the blue screen, that would be marvelous. And now I'm going to pass it off to W8HRF for our alt trivia.
K8YUK, this is W8HRF. All right, tonight's alternate trivia question is, what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it Alpha, the Boomerang Nebula, Bravo, the Dark Doodad Nebula, C, the Sombrero Galaxy, or D, Grandma Cornwaldo Bean's shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? I'm going to let this drop and then I'm going to read it again. Oh, this question is really funny because I didn't write it. Lucy wrote this one. I'm just reading it. Tonight's alternate trivia question again is, what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it Alpha, the Boomerang Nebula, Bravo, the Dark Doodad, Doodad Nebula, C, the Sombrero Galaxy, or D, Grandma Cornwaldo Bean's shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? This is W8HRF, back to KE8YUK.
I shan't apologize. It's a great question. All right, now that we have trivia read for better or for worse, we're going to start taking on our list. So, judging by the marker that hasn't moved, I'm pretty sure that I'm on line 7. So we're going to pick up on W3ETV. What? We're going to go to Mike. Oh, yeah, because he was short time. Okay. KE8QWE, correct? Okay, it wasn't changing on my screen. All right, Mike, KE8QWE, we're going to pass it off to you so you can leave your remarks and answer trivia, and then we'll pass it off to Eddie after that. Go ahead, Mike.
Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo. Lucy and Josh are doing a fantastic job. You are naturals, that is for sure. Okay, the main trivia. I'm going to go with B, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to go with B, Bravo. And the alternate trivia, I think I'm going to go with D. I think that the Colonel's wife could be a little bit mean. Really can't blame her, though. I mean, I would, too, if I was married to him. So that's my main. Oh, I haven't been up to much. I was on the 1 o'clock net. I've been loading some music onto an MP3 player to put it on my Can-Am Spider. Just doing a few odds and ends like that. We had a long-time friend over for supper tonight, and here I am. So I'm going to go to bed. I have to be at Akron City bright and early and get whatever a CAT scan does to you. I don't know, but I've had an awful lot of them. So I'm going to go have a scan the very first thing in the morning. And I'll get over there, and they will have had an accident, and then I'll sit because their machine is in use. It has happened. So with that being said, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great night. This is Kilo Echo 8, Quebec Whiskey Echo, back to KE8YUK. See you, folks.
Roger that, Mike. I wish you all the luck with the CAT scan. Don't forget the cat. Hi. And I do wish you luck with the travels, because Akron is purgatory of one-way streets. So just watch your back when you're driving, because not everybody knows that. All right. Thank you for checking in. Wish you a great night and good night's sleep. And we're going to move on to W3ETB. And after that, we're going to pick up Chuck. If he's around, we shall see. That might be a circle back. All right, Eddie, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, hi, Lucy. I think, that app that you were talking about with the budgeting, that's something that I really need. I need a lot of help in budgeting. So. Anyway, these two questions tonight, or actually the two trivia questions, are really, really great. So, I'm probably going to be like most people. I have no idea what the answers could possibly be. But I'll take a wild guess on the main trivia question, and I'll say B, because I'm going to follow someone else. That's always a good thing. Follow someone else. So I'm going to say B on the main trivia question, and on the alternate trivia question, I think actually it's probably the simple black hole that's probably the coldest, because, simple black hole is probably very cold in the symbol, so, But I'm going to go with C on that one, because the Sombrero Galaxy is probably about the only one that really makes any sense, but it's probably the wrong answer anyway. I'll turn it back to you, Lucy, so you can get on down that list. W3TV, and it's great to hear you and Josh.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for your trivia answers. I believe we have you as D and C. And if I'm wrong, correct me in the blue screen. And as far as budgeting goes, yes, it is a trial and error even. We've been using the Buckets app, and I like that setup a lot. So I do recommend it if that's something you're interested in using. We're going to clear with Eddie, and with a thank you. And we're going to move on to WB4AIZ, Chuck from Florida. Chuck, how are you doing? All right, we're going to leave Chuck as an in and out. We called you a couple times. And just a reminder as well, we do save some time for Echolink connections because that can lag a little bit. So if you're wondering why I'm leaving big pauses, it's because I was an Echolink operator for long enough to know that it's needed. All right, we're going to move to the Mighty Mo, AB8MO. Just wanted to say that Ben heard you, my little brother Ben heard you on the radio a bit ago, and he remembered your phonetics as well. So they're memorable and they're working. So I'll pass it over to you at this point. What's your trivia answer, and how are you doing?
All right, this is AP8MO, and, I'm hearing myself on my notes, so I guess 015's link is working. I know Josh had mentioned, some guy, I think he was from Broadview Heights, and, 700 or 015 should work from there, either one of those. Anyway, but Echolink worked too, wherever, I think he said he was coming through Echolink, so doing a wonderful job, Lucy, from what I can tell. If any of you have had the rare opportunity to hear Josh run net control, be in the big chair, I have, and he does a wonderful job. I drove all the way to Parma. He was running the woodchuck net, and I had to drive all the way to Parma just to check in. But it was worth it. I still remember we met at Steak and Shake afterward with him, and I think his friend Peter. I don't know if Peter's wife was licensed yet, but anyway, that was good. So, but Lucy, you do a wonderful job as well. Trying to work Easter Island on 80 meters, not having any luck so far. Yes, it's the FT8, not real ham radio mode, but anyway, Easter Island is just after sunset over there, so if I probably wait an hour or so, or just keep calling them, I'll probably get through. And I'm only running 50 watts, although maybe I'll turn the amp on. I had to turn the amp on to work Chad on 80 meters, but I got Chad in the log on 80 meters too. So with that, let me drop it a sec. AB NMO returning. Okay. I'm kind of curious if your brother is starting to study for his license there, Lucy. That would be cool to get him on the air. Let's see. For Trivium answers, I gotta go on the alternate. I'm going from the bottom up. I gotta go with the Sombrero Galaxy. That'd be answer C. I have a Sombrero. I was on a mission trip to the Dominican Republic with my church, and we went to took a couple hours one day and went down to I don't know, the bazaar or whatever it was, and a guy, where people were selling stuff, and a guy was selling sombreros, and I'm like, I got to get myself an authentic sombrero, something that was handmade. I think it's handmade. Anyway, so I have a sombrero, an authentic Dominican Republic sombrero anyway. And for, let's see, the first one, I got to go with D Delta. Something tells me that the Daytona International Speedway is the answer. I'm not going to elaborate why, but I'm just going to go with that. All right, I think I've set it up. I'm going to throw it back to the person who gets paid a bit more than I do for talking. That would be KEAYUK. This is AB NMO.
Well, Andy, if they paid me more for talking, Josh would be able to stop work and we'd retire early. Thank you for the compliment to Josh. I am proud of how he runs nets. Peter and Danielle are both licensed now. Wave of the hand if they're listening, and also wave of the hand to a friend of mine who I believe is listening to the live stream, and I hope she's entertained by the shenanigans. Good luck with Easter Island, and yes, Josh just ordered the ham testing book for Ben, so hopefully he'll keep working through that and make some waves there. And all I'm going to say about the sombrero, just look for a Made in China label. If you don't see it, maybe you're in the clear. But that's fabulous. Sombreros are a lot of fun. All right, thank you for checking in, Andy. We've got your answers as D and C, and we're going to move on to K5 CFY Ray. I missed all of the Border Breaker Net earlier today, but I hope it went well. I heard you got a lot of check-ins, and really glad that you made it here tonight. So I'm going to pass it over to K5 CFY for trivia and how he's doing.
K8YUK. This is K5 CFY. Great job there, Miss Lucy, and Mr. Josh did a great job on the preamp there. So thank you guys for that. And Mr. Dustin, he cleaned the house today on the Border Breaker Net. Got a lot of check-ins. But anyway, I'm going to go with Bravo and Alpha. Sombrero seems like that'd be something hot, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we'll give it back to you. Great job there, Miss Lucy. K5 CFY, back to net control.
Well, that was some intuition right there, Ray. We'll see if it pays off in the long run. But we have your answers down as B and A, and we appreciate you stopping in and saying hi. We'll clear with Ray, and we'll come on over to Ed, WB8GKV. Ed, what's your trivia, and how are you doing tonight?
See, I'm not doing too bad tonight, and let me do the trivia first. This is WB8GKV, Wadsworth area, and let me think here. For the main one, I'll go Delta, because I was down there. It's not it's Denmark. What am I trying to think? D for not Dayton. I can't think of it now, but I was there down in Florida, where they have a lot of stuff going on. I guess the beach, Daytona. That's it. And then for the on secondary question, I'm going to take it a C as a guesstimate there on that one. So Delta and then Charlie is going to be my answer for trivia. Say good evening to everybody onto the net. Don't have any traffic. As I said earlier, next step is to get the lawn cut. I guess that's the main thing because of the wetness that we had getting stuck and all that. So we got to get the lawn mowed here soon. And I can't think of anything. And the weather is, I guess, not too bad. It's going to get warmer in a couple days. So I think the lawn sooner or later will get the weather. That's for sure. I can't think of anything else going on here. So we'll turn it back. Good to hear you in. It is the net control tonight. WB8 GKV turning it back to net control.
Well, thank you, WB8GKV. This is Kilo Echo 8, Yankee Uniform Kilo, running the beacon net. We've got a long list, so if you're listening and you want to check in, you're going to have to hang tight because this is going to go for a bit. But we appreciate everyone who's here and listening, and that's all I have to do for ID, right? Yeah. The beacon net runs on Sunday and Wednesday nights. Pre-show starts at 9:30 and it goes until, pre-show ends at 10. Big show starts at 10. Usually runs till about 11. Sometimes there's an after party though, so it's a lot of fun. I always recommend coming and hanging out. All right, we are going to move on to Shannon, KC5 RBG, Real Big Guns. How are you doing? How are you feeling? And what is your trivia?
First off, I'm wondering if you happen to know that when you fill in for the Sasquatch, that you know that your facial hair is going to start growing dramatically, as well as your back hair and your feet hair. I didn't know if you knew that or not, so I think they might have wrangled you in on this and didn't tell you all the side effects of it, but that there's some of them for you. So hope you can work around that somehow. Gosh, I had a couple appointments today. Mental health was one. I guess I'm still sane. Boy, I fooled them. And then dental was the other. And I had dipped since I was 8 years old, and dip snuff, and I quit December 6th. And it has done a number on my gums. I haven't dipped that long. And so now I'm going to have a procedure where they are going to graft skin to my gums and try to fix the issue that I created over the years. Not looking forward to that. That's going to be in July, though, so that's a good thing. At least it's a ways away from me. But yeah, I got that to look forward to. Not that excited about it. For the trivia questions, it's going to be the great state of Oklahoma, because that answer's never wrong. And with that, I'll let you go ahead and get on down your ginormous list there. This is Kilo Charlie 5, Real Big Guns. God bless. And 73, back to net control.
Oh, my good man, where to start? First of all, God bless you, too. Good luck with the whole gum situation. Congratulations on stopping smoking. That's important. Well, dipping, yes, that's it. I'm mixing my comments up. But, yes, good job on stopping. And just a shout-out to everyone who's taken on kind of quitting nicotine connections or even alcohol. I know if Nick were here, he would say that he just, what does he always say? Doggone it, I ruined it. Anyway, we're going to pretend that I didn't say anything, and we're going to move on to the hair comment. If you haven't met me, you wouldn't know that I have about 3 feet of hair as it is, so having more probably won't make that much of a difference. Josh knows where to find me. He just looks for the big ball of fuzz wandering around through the house, and it's probably me, or I haven't dusted in a while. Anyway, I think that's everything for me. So thanks for checking in, Shannon. Good to hear from you. And we're going to move on to the call sign that I will always associate with my husband, KE8VZA. Eric, glad you're still around. Hope you're awake. And what's your trivia answers?
KE8YUK in the group. This is KE8VZA. Yes, still awake here. Hey, you are doing a great job, Lucy. And Josh, you did a fantastic job on the pre-show as well. I think, Lucy, what Nick, one thing at least I've heard Nick say a few times that I think you might be thinking of is, I don't drink any more, and I don't drink any less. I can't do a good Just Nick imitation, but I'll work on it. Anyway, trivia, I'm going to go with Bravo for the primary and Alpha for the secondary. And this weekend we have excitement in our family because our daughter is graduating from Bowling Green with her degree in elementary ed. And she actually has an interview tomorrow in Garfield Heights, so hope that goes well. It's a second interview, so we'll see. And we're going to move her out of her apartment in Bowling Green this weekend as well and pack all of her stuff back into our house. She has more stuff now than she did when she first went there, so that should be interesting. But that's our excitement. Thanks again, Josh and Lucy, for running the show tonight, and Nick at night for the trivia there as well. And we'll turn it back to Net Control. This is KE8VZA.
That was just remarkable. For those not on the blue screen, as Eric was doing his Nick impression, Nick showed up. His ears must have been burning, as Sandy said. Congratulations to your daughter as a fellow educational graduate. I wish her luck, patience, and sanity, and I hope she has a wonderful, wonderful time pursuing that career. And as far as more stuff to move, good luck with that. Josh and I are pretending that we will never have to move again because it's intimidating. And we have your trivia answer as B and A. And thanks for being here. Thanks for checking in. And we're going to clear with KE8VZA. And we're going to move over to KA0KDW. Brad, we are looking for trivia answers, and we are looking for how you do. This is KE8YUK over to KA0KDW. Brad, we are looking for KA0KDW. All right, we will circle back for Brad, and we'll move on to KE8QFT Fred after a quick wave of the hand to our president, Gary, who has just checked in. Hopefully we've got him further down the list. Hopefully he's sticking around. But anyway, we're going to move back to Fred, KE8QFT. What are your trivia answers, and how are you doing tonight?
Well, we're doing okay tonight. I was just looking for something here. I can't find it. A card from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Oh, I just blew the whole thing. I can't answer the question. And by the way, that's not to be construed as any kind of an answer because, as I said, I can't find it. I can't find it in my logs, but I made contact with one of them, Daytona or Indianapolis, one of the two, and I just cannot find the card from the special event station. So therefore, in addition to disqualifying myself, I don't want to infer that I had any idea what the answer was, if that makes any sense. As far as the other one, the alternate trivia question, I'd say right now it's probably Cleveland, Ohio, or the greater Cleveland area. It's pretty cold here. But no, seriously speaking, I'd have to say C. Otherwise, nothing else to say tonight. Y'all take care now. KE8QFT, back to net control.
Well, fabulous, Fred. It did make sense. I do understand how you worked that out, and that's kind of why I can't answer the alt trivia. Although it wouldn't be inferring the answer, it would be because I wrote it. But we have your answer down as not available, and Cleveland, Ohio /C. I know that feeling, man. I had to go to this group tonight, and one of my kids showed up in shorts and a parka. I said, what are you doing? But it was cold. All right. We to clear with Fred. Thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. And we are going to move on to KD8 LLC. What does LLC stand for? Limited License Corporation? Something along those lines? Limited liability, yeah. Rob, I don't know if you support limited liability, but that's what I think. To your call sign. So you got a response to that, and what are your trivia answers?
All right, yeah, it's funny. I just got lucky with my call sign, and it's like LLC. It's like, great. My last name is Katie, and having KD LLC, I don't think I could ever change my call sign for the world just because it fits so well. But yeah, as far as trivia net goes, holy cow. I didn't get a chance to write down or get through the questions fast enough, but from what I gathered, the closest I could do for the first one, I would have to say I will choose B, Bravo, and C, Charlie for the second one. Other than that, it's like it's too hard to pick because the questions were a little bit on the difficult side for me.
Roger that, Rob. We have you down for B and C, and we can have the questions reread. We are around 20 people in, but I guess that's not counting in and out. So we got your answers down for B and C. Glad you checked in, and I too got a lucky call sign. I was hoping for a Z, but I instead got Yuck, and I don't want to change it because what are the odds? So here I am, built-in nickname, and I'm stuck with it. In answer to Gary's question on the blue screen, you better not hear from Betty tonight because she's in bed. I love her, but I want to hear from her in the morning. As long as the moon is up, I am fine with her sleeping. All right, we're going to clear with KD8 LLC. Thanks for checking in, and we're going to move over to AI5Q, Jarrison, Oklahoma. For some reason, we have your trivia down. Did you mean to do that? Yeah, I got a nod, so we meant to do that, but we still want to hear from you. So how are you doing, Jarris?
Well, good evening, Miss Lucy, and yeah, I try and make it a habit of answering trivia early before I hear anybody else's answers, just so I'm not influenced by other people's takes on stuff. So I try and get my answers jotted down quickly and locked in, as it were, final answer, if you remember that kind of stuff. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Final answer. Just hanging out in the shack, having a good time. Got lots of things going on, like I mentioned earlier. Teddy's birthday was Monday, Varric's birthday is tomorrow, and the anniversary was last week. So, lots of reasons to celebrate here. Plus the camp out we just went on that went off very, very well. No rain, no bad weather, and only a few people. Like probably 10 or 15% of people had ticks on them, so that's not too bad considering we had over 100 people there. So anyway, appreciate you running the net and taking over for Dustin and Josh taking over for just Nick. And sometimes those boys break, sometimes they don't. I'm not sure what time this is, but you're giving them a break anyway, even though they're both on the list. AI5Q, back to you, Lucy.
Well, it's good to hear from you, Jairus. Thanks for the compliment. I am very happy that it's running so smoothly. I think I had a lot more nerves last time, and this time, first of all, I have more caffeine in my system and more sugar, and I'm also just grateful for you guys collectively. You make us feel very at home, very comfortable, where even if we do mess up, we might be teased a little bit, but we won't be kicked out of anything. We don't get paid enough for that. So this is KE8YUK with the Beacon Net. We are, goodness gracious, about 11 people, roughly, from the bottom of the list. That's not counting 2 in and out. So we're making some good time. The Beacon Net happens on not Tuesdays. I'm lying to you. Sunday nights and Wednesday nights. The pre-show starts at 9:30. The big show starts at 10. We usually run until about 11. So, guys, it's 10:38. We got to keep moving, and that's about me. Jairus, thanks for checking in. Glad that the ticks were taken care of. They're awful. And I hope everybody is in high health. Happy birthday and anniversary, so on and so forth. QK, don't you dare make the net more difficult. I am struggling as it is. We're going to move on from Jairus, and we're going to go over to KE8TLG. Jim, save me from myself. What are your trivia answers, and how are you doing tonight?
Well, good evening, Lucy, and everybody on the net. This is KE8TLG. Well, I'm doing good. A little Amazon truck came down the street today and dropped me off a little antenna analyzer, so we're going to play with that. Keep busy with it. Let's see, trivia. I'm going to go with B for Bravo on the first one, and we've got to go with C on the second one. So, first time checking into this net, what a blast. Good net coordinating here. This is fun. I'll have to come back on Sunday as well. KE8TLG, back to net control.
Well, we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you're having fun, and I'm glad that I caught one of your trivia answers, but I missed the first one. Could you come back with what your main trivia answer is, please?
Well, the second time around is going to cost you $10. So, okay, well, we'll give you credit on this one. First trivia answer was B for Bravo. Back to that.
Roger that, Jim. Thanks so much. You know, I would have them take it out of my pay if you hadn't given me that credit. So we got you down for B and C, and we look forward to having you on Sunday. It's a different net crew who leads on Sundays, but it is just as many shenanigans. So we look forward to having you. And I don't know what is going on the blue screen, so I'm going to ignore it. Moving on. We are going to talk with James, who might also go by Jim, but I'm not sure yet. So we're going to talk to look at me ruining it, KQ4IZV. Holy moly, do you have phonetics for that? And what's your trivia answers?
W8WKY.
This is KQ4IZV. Off my trivia answers are Bravo and Delta. And, Cornwall, that's the way to go. Some nights I'm just drawing a blank on that one, so Delta it is. Anyway, long day. Kind of had to work on the front end on the truck and get that all repaired, and then come home and do house chores. And that kind of led me kind of late. Had the net a little earlier, and now I'm on here. So just gonna kick back, relax, and enjoy the rest of it. Not gonna hold you up anymore. So back to net. This is KQ4IZV.
Good to hear from you, James. Long days are long days, but I'm glad you got through the hardest bits of the repair and the chores, and we're glad to have you tonight. We've got your trivia answers as B and D, and if we didn't before, I just told you. Yes, okay, my net logger is nodding, so that counts for something. All right, thanks for checking in. We're going to move on to Danny, KF0NVF. How are you doing tonight, and what are your trivia answers?
I'm doing good tonight. I got a new IC 7300 I was kind of playing with earlier, and I had my scanner on at the same time, so that's how I actually stumbled onto you guys, and which I'm glad I did. This is a lot of fun. I'm going to take a stab at this. It's just a wild guess because I don't have a clue. I'm going to say for the main one, A alpha, and the alternate B bravo.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thanks for finding us. I'm glad you're having fun. We've got you down for A and B, and we're happy to have you, and hope to hear from you again on Sunday and for preceding Sundays and Wednesdays after that. We're going to clear with Danny, and this is KE8YUK, and we're going to move on to the man who makes the net, KC8FQV. Are you out there, Mark?
All right, Lucy, yep, KCFQ here. Well, doing a good job. And, well, we're going to take with the trivia B for the main and A for the alternative. And, you know, everything else is going good. Yeah, the leg is it's being itself, or not being itself. It's something else. So we did go to the doctor today, and they X-rayed. I didn't hear no call back today. I gotta go check a couple of emails or a couple of voicemails there. I don't know if I missed anything, but we'll go do that. They said they would call me. I was pretty much always around with the phone, so I don't think anything. But they did a good job X-raying, and you know, amazing how they can do this stuff. I was at the doctor office yesterday, the diabetes endocrinologist, and when I went in, I said, wait, there's something a little different in the office, because I remember when I go in, there was a hallway going straight. Well, there was a wall there, and the gal said, yeah, they're putting some structural beams in the ceiling, because they're going to have an X-ray lab up above them, so they're stiffening up the floor. So we had to go around the other way, and when we got in there, that was ironic that yesterday we were doing that, and today I was in another office because of my leg. So, but hopefully this leg will get better. Yeah, it's going to be questioning, you know, hopefully it gets taken care of itself in 2 weeks, because Dayton is coming. So we'll send it back to net. But yeah, trivia is B for the main and A for the alternate, KCFTV.
Well, thank you so much for that, Mark. We've got you down for B and A. And I've been informed that our resident Sasquatch has a comment, so I'm going to pass this up all the way up this very long list over to KD8EPC. Dustin, what's going on?
KE8YUK and the Beacon Net. Miss Lucy, thank you so much. You're doing a great job. We love when you and Josh do it. We don't even have to worry about it there. I just had a little comment for KC8FTV there. Mark, please, I don't know what you've got in the background, but You need to turn it down when you're transmitting here, man. I could hear it better than I could hear you, and it's driving me nuts. So that's my comment. I'll turn it back over to you, and carry on there, Miss Lucy. Great job. Key to EDPC, back to net control.
Roger that. Good point, Dustin. I was transmitting earlier today or yesterday, and I was listening to the radio, and I was jamming out with Betty, and I nearly transmitted while it was playing, and I realized not only would the FCC not be happy with me, anyone on the other end probably wouldn't be either. So I had to make sure I did the correct order of operations in that regard. All right. With that, we're going to continue with our list. This is KE8YUK with the Beacon Net. We meet on this repeater on Sundays and Wednesday nights. Pre-show is at 9:30, and the big show picks up at 10. So come join us. And if you're listening, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regular check-ins and 1 circle back before I take check-in. So if you're hanging out waiting to check in, please hang on just a little longer. We're almost there. All right. We're going to talk to W5LLK, Chad. Are you buddies with LLC? Have you said hi recently? I know that's not the prefix of your call sign, but the suffix amuses me. So, Chad, how are you doing? And what are your trivia answers?
Hello. W5LLK. Not feeling good. My chest is hurting.
I could not get what you were saying. You were a little muffled, Chad. If we could have you retransmit, that'd be great. And also, if you would like the trivia reread, we can do that as well. So go ahead. Can you give me what you got again?
I am not well. Not feeling good, but I can't remember what the thing that we was talking about is. My chest is hurting a little bit, and I can't remember what we're talking about.
Well, Chad, if that's a new pain and if that's a new memory loss, that might be something you need to look into more seriously. Is there anyone around who you should let know that you're not feeling too well? Well, we didn't get anything on that transmission. If you want to try again, that'd be great. And otherwise, I would recommend maybe looking into getting some backup help, maybe giving us some secondary contacts if that's necessary, and getting some people on the same page as how you're feeling and how you're doing.
W8.
I'm going to call my brother. I'm having a hard time reading his number on the cell phone, but I'm going to call it on the cell phone. I just am a little confused right now. But I will talk to y'all later.
Well, Roger that, Chad. We're going to see if we can find a way to get you a welfare check, have some extra people in your corner just in case something's going down. Please do make sure you call your brother and get a hold of him. Take your time, and we'll be praying for you, and we'll be doing everything we can on our end. If there is anyone on this net who knows a protocol for this type of thing, Chad's in Arkansas, and his call sign is W5LA. Chad, could you come back with your brother's number? If you could read your brother's number to us, that'd be very helpful. W5LLK, Chad, if you're still out there, if you could give us your brother's number, we can try to reach out to him too, make sure that he's aware of how you're doing. If you could come back with your brother's number, Chad, that'd be great.
I'm going to try one more time. Hold on.
Dad, we're going to try to get someone to come help as well. We're praying for you, and we're going to do what we can on our end. We'll clear with you for now, but if you have an emergency, Chad, remember, emergency traffic is always accepted at this net. You can break in at any time and ask for any help you need, and that goes for anyone listening. So we're going to clear for now with W5LLK. If you want to come back with your brother's number, if you need help, you just call on out, Chad. We're going to move over to Sandy, KG5SYC, and we're going to ask how she's doing for her trivia.
This is KG5SYC. Hello, Lucy and Nanette. Yeah, we're doing good here. We've had a pretty relaxed day. Went out and got the car inspected so I can get the tags updated on my car, and went out and done some grocery shopping, and that's about it on my end, other than just sitting back and relaxing. Didn't have the grandbaby today, but we will have him tomorrow. And so as far as trivia, my answers are going to be B for the Beaconette, for the main, and A for always right for the alternate, even though it may not be always right, but I could always hope I could be always right. And good job running the show, Lucy. I hope they find the brother so that he can help this guy out and get him to the doctor or the hospital. Sounds like he's either having another stroke or a heart attack in the process. This is KG5SYC. Back to you, Net Control.
Roger that, Sandy. Josh is doing what he can behind scenes. I am going to take over logging, so apologies in advance if it doesn't go. I haven't logged before, but it seems pretty simple, and we'll just run with it. Yes, we are looking into calling an emergency line in his city around him, trying to get a welfare check or EMTs out just to check on him, and we'll see what we go, and I'll try to update you on how it's going. Dustin, if you want to take over the log, you can. I think I can figure it out. Plus, we're almost at the end, but having you in the back corner would be very, very helpful. Also, Sandy, I completely missed what your trivia answers were. If you could come back with those, please.
Hello. SYC trivia. B, Beaconette, and A for Alpha. Back to you, Lucy, KG5SYC.
Hello, W5LOK, it's me again.
Chad, good to hear from you. How are you doing? Have you reached your brother?
He reminded me about my pill that I was supposed to take. It's not kicked in yet, but I am still hurting, but I think I'll be fine.
All right, well, I'm glad that you reached him. Make sure you take those pills. Don't forget to write down when you took them and what you took, just in case you do have to call for some help later down the line. And do you want us to send anybody to check on you, or is your brother coming out to come see you?
He coming. I'm sorry I called y'all. He was asleep and I couldn't get a hold of him. He coming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Go on with the net. I'm sorry.
Oh, good, Chad. We're glad that you checked in. It was a good experience for me to make sure I could handle everything well and not panic. And we're glad that you were able to reach your brother and everything's doing well. So, and don't feel bad. We're praying for you. We hope that everything goes real smoothly, and we're glad to hear from you. We're glad that you checked in, and we hope that we hear from you again. So thanks so much for checking in, Chad. Glad you came back to us. It's good to hear from you. And again, let us know if you need anything. People will be around if you do need anything. So, yeah, have a good rest of your night, and keep in touch. Let us know if you need anything. We're going to move on, and we're going to talk to KF5ADE. Nick, how are you doing, and what's your trivia answer?
Good evening, all. This is Nick, KF5AD, Nickelodeon. And my trivia is going to be the same as Sandy's, if you would, please. Quick question, though. I went ahead and took a look on QRZ for Chad to see his QRZ page, and I found that it appears that he may live in Oak Creek Apartments. I've got a phone number here for Oak Creek Apartments if you want me to, or we can pass it to the blue screen. Back to you.
You know, I picked up my phone instead of the mic at first. Putting it in the blue screen would be helpful. Then I can transcribe it and get it to Josh as he works in the background, just to make sure everybody's apprised of the situation. It's always more hands on deck than not enough. So if you want to pass it that way, that would be marvelous. And once you are done with that, if you want to pass over your trivia answers, that would be marvelous. I believe Dustin has taken over, so we'll make sure that he has those as well.
W8WKY.
Net Control, KD8 LLC. Also started trying to look into and see what I could do myself. Anything I can do.
Well, I appreciate that, KD8 LLC. We've got the number for the apartments, and Jairus pointed out low blood sugar could also influence making sense and cause pain. So there are a lot of elements there. I know on his QRZ, I believe he had to retire due to medical reasons, so it could be any number of things. We're just making sure that we've got people on the same page and ready to support him if that's what he needs. And that's what makes a ham family, doesn't it? So I need Sandy's answers and I need Nick's answers, but I believe we're going to get them to the blue screen for Sandy. So I'm going to pass it back to Nick one more time to try to get those trivia answers. And then we've only got a couple more before we circle back to Brad. I saw him pop up in the blue screen, so I know he's around. And then we'll call for check-ins at 11:00 something.
Roger. Thank you, Net Control. KD8 LLC. Back to Net.
All right, well, we'll keep moving on from there. We're going to talk to WB9YPA. This is KE8YUK with the Beacon Net. Michael is what I have you down in your preferred name, but if you go by something else, please let us know. So WB9YPA, if you could give us your trivia answers and how you're doing, that'd be marvelous.
Oh, I have been compiling some source code on a on a BSD machine, so I have not been paying attention to the trivia questions. So I am not going to be very worthy there. So yes, but Mike works fine. Mike is just fine. That's normally what I'm called. And then some people call me Mikey.
Oh, man, I haven't heard Mikey in a long time. My dad's name is Michael, and his old buddies used to call him Mikey. And ever since I moved out of the house, I haven't really seen any of them around, and I haven't really seen anybody around my dad except my family who call him Dad. So that makes a lot of sense. And if you would like, we have run definitely long enough to have those trivia questions reread if that is something you're interested in, Mike.
Oh, I wouldn't want anybody to find out how intelligent I was. Not. Okay, go for it. This is WB9YPA.
All right, WB9YPA, we're going to move on way up to KE8QKO for our main trivia, and then either Josh or I will read the alt trivia, and then we'll pass it back to you to get your answers.
Okay, I'll be listening. I'll try to do a better job of keeping my ears glued to the radio. Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, back to Net Control, WB9YPA.
All right, I'm going to pass it over to Nick at Night, KE8QKO. Could you read our main trivia, please? All right, nothing heard from Nick at Night. We'll just have Josh read both trivias so we can get on through our list. So I'm going to pass it over to W8HRF.
KE8QKO.
Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, Lucy. Kind of zoned out there for a minute. Okay, the trivia question tonight was the call sign, Whiskey 9, India, Mike Sierra, operates a special event at what location? Your options are Alpha, NASA Space Center, Houston, Bravo, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Charlie, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or Delta, Daytona International Speedway. With that, I'll pass it back to you, Lacey, KE8QKO.
I dropped the microphone, but it's fine. All right, I'm going to pass it over to W8HRF for our alt trivia.
KE8YUK W8HRF. Tonight's alternate trivia is: what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it Alpha, the Boomerang Nebula, Bravo, the Dark Doodad Nebula, C, the Sombrero Galaxy, or D, Grandma Cornwaldo Bean's shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? Again, tonight's alternate trivia is what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it Alpha, the Boomerang Nebula, Bravo, the Dark Doodad Nebula, C, the Sombrero Galaxy, or D, Grandma Cornwaldo Bean's shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? W8HRF, back to KE8YUK.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. All right, we've got both trivias. Mike, would you like to give your answers for the main and the alternate trivia? So over to WB9YPA.
I believe, yes, I can give you, yeah. Okay, I say that the NASA for letter A would be the answer there. I think, yeah, I believe that's NASA, so I don't know. And then the alternate, I'm going to say A for that.
Thanks so much, Mike. We've got you down for A and A. Thanks for coming back to us, even if we're just background entertainment. That's always a good time. And we wish you luck with your source code compiling. And I'm distracted by the blue screen again. Eric, stop putting earworms in my head. And we're going to move on. We're going to say thanks to Mike. Thanks for coming by. And thanks also for everybody who has been chipping in. I have it written down, Josh, don't worry. Gosh darn, I can't hold a thought. We're going to move on to KO5SIE. Aussie, what are your trivia answers and how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really good tonight. It's been a beautiful day here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I got to enjoy the motorcycle and got to look at a few properties. I do rental properties, so we're looking at some properties right now. My answers to the trivia questions are going to be B, Bravo, and A, Alpha, only because that's what somebody else said, and they sounded confident in those answers, so I'll go with that.
Thanks so much, Aussie. We've got you down for B and A, respectively. Good luck with finding properties. I still look at houses on Zillow, even though we are comfortable and grateful for the home we have now, because there are cool houses out there. Remind me to tell you guys the mansion story sometimes. I may or may not have wasted a Zillow agent's time by wanting to see this really cool mansion, but it was worth my time. So with that, I'm going to move over to our fearless leader and president, AA8CS, Gary. How are you doing, and what are your trivia answers?
Hello, Lucy. Good to hear you, and what a fabulous job tonight. And as a matter of fact, I mentioned it on the blue screen. You did a great job with the incident, and it's really funny. I went to the police department webpage here, Pocahontas Police Department, Arkansas. They have 3 numbers. The first one is business office only, gives the number. Then the second number is a fax number, and then there's the criminal investigation number. And I'm thinking, so if you have an emergency, who do you call? It says here, if you have an emergency, call 911. Anyway, when I heard that Josh was working on this in the background, I thought, okay, well, he'll figure it out. So, but well done, and just, well done. Let's leave it at that. And also, I wanted to talk about Betty. Oh my gosh, she is the cutest little girl ever. Can I grab a second, please? All right, I took more than a second because if anyone didn't want to give me that second, I was going to give them an opportunity to say no. That being said, she is just adorable, and she is at that age. That is the age. So, man, enjoy it. I have two girls, two lovely girls, let me say that. Actually, they're women now. My oldest is 40. And my youngest will be 38 next month. So that being said, I'm sorry, this month, at the end of this month, this is April, right? It's a great time, and she's adorable. I love having her at the meetings. She's just wonderful. I have a couple other things, if you don't mind. I think it was AI5Q was talking about beer night tonight, but he was wondering about dessert. So I wanted to inform AI5Q that it was a Weller flight. There were 3 pours, a 12-year, and then there was a single barrel, and then the third was the barrel strength. And it was delicious, and it was my kind of dessert. I think that's about all I got, except for the trivia. I'm gonna do BA tonight. BA, B-A, B-A. That's it. Big asteroid. Lucy, take care. Have a great evening, and kiss Betty for me if you get a chance. This is AAHCS. Back to net.
Well, first of all, Gary, good to hear from you. Second of all, we have your trivia. BA only means one thing in my family, and that is bad attitude. We grew up on the A-Team, and we do, in fact, pity the fool who doesn't appreciate that show. Josh. Anyway, thank you for the compliments for Betty. Many compliments to your own daughters. If they're anything like you, they have to be fantastic. What else were we saying? The blue screen started talking about Weird Al, and I got mixed up, but here we are. We've got your trivia. We're going to talk with Tim, K8. Well, thank you, Gary. A salute to you, sir. And we're going to talk to K8. TMW, and then we finally will circle back to Brad. Brad, hang in there. I have told Josh that if we buy a van, we have to paint it black with the red swoop because we have to. That's the rule. Anyway, we're going to talk with Tim, K8TMW. How are you doing tonight, Tim, and what are your trivia answers? Tim, Josh got you off the blue screen, so maybe you're not there, but we're going to more time. K8TMW. You out there? Nothing heard from K8TMW. We're going to circle back to Brad, who we might have missed again, but we're going to try. KA0KDW. Brad, are you out there? We got just a hair of a transmission. Not sure if that was an accidental key up from somebody or if that was Brad trying to reach us. So we're going to try one more time. All right, again, just static, so either you're not reaching the repeater or Tim has said not working Echolink. Good luck with that, Tim. Brad, unsure where you went, but I saw on the blue screen you were on your phone for a bit, I believe, on a phone call, so we'll wave the hand and we'll say 73s. Thanks for trying to check in at least. We're glad to have you on the list. And at 11:16 on 42424, we're going to see if we have any more check-ins for the BeaconNet. Please call in alphabetically and phonetically, and I am your net control, Kilo Echo 8, Yankee Uniform Kilo, taking check-ins now.
Kilo 5 Delta Alpha Yankee, KI5 DAY at American Airlines in Tulsa. Echolink.
ABMO recheck.
Whiskey 2, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, John in Fairlawn.
AA8 CS, recheck, please.
All right, let me pick it up here. Fabulous. We have Alan. Darius isn't happy about it, but I am. Maybe I let Alan in. You know, I've got a sympathy to the rubber chicken, you know. Deserves better. We got a recheck from Andy. We have W2JLS. We have a Gary recheck, and we also after Gary. You were pretty far down in the noise, hard to hear. We're going to focus and try to hear you again. If you could come back, station IRJ, we'd appreciate that.
Kilowatt Germany 7, Italy Radio Japan. Kilowatt Germany 7, Italy Radio Japan. Back.
Roger that. Thanks so much for checking in. We're going to go up to, I got to read my notes. Alan! Since just Nick is busy. Oh, wait. We got to do rechecks first? That's how it works. Nobody told me that. Recheck first. First up is Andy, AB8MO. Alan, you're going to be on deck after our rechecks, and we've got two. So, Andy, what's up?
Well, since you requested permission to make your net control experience more complicated, this is AB8MO. Well, first off, I just worked Easter Island on 80 meters, so I am thrilled. Got them in the log. They barely received me, but hey, that was only running 50 watts. Second, you're pointing out today is 42424. Co-worker of mine 2 days ago, and it was 42224, so I'll be 42424, I think, or something like that. Anyway, no, yeah, 42224. You could read it reverse and forward, and it would be the same date. Yeah, so 42224. So I don't know. I had this figured out in my head a moment ago. The train just got derailed. Back to you there, Lucy, AB8MO.
Well, I have just been informed by QKO that I am, in fact, the boss, and I can take rechecks whenever I doggone well want to. Thank you very much, husband. No, it's okay. Hey, thanks for complicating my already complicated night. Boy, you'd think after having a situation like that, I'd be given a break, but no. I have loving friends who like to make my life interesting. Glad you hit Easter Island, though. And I suppose while I'm at it, I'll take a recheck from Gary. AA8CS, what's going on?
All right, Lucy, thanks for that, and thanks for taking my recheck first. Yeah, Nick's right. You can do what you want with rechecks, and whatever. Sometimes I take them first, sometimes I take them last, sometimes I don't take them. It kind of depends on the recheck. Anyway, that being said, you are circling back like a pro. I am so proud. Back to net, AA8CS.
Well, thank you so much. I sometimes consider myself a square, so I'm glad that I'm able to switch shapes so well. And after having a baby, I'll tell you what, round is definitely a shape. I'm going to move on. Jared and Alan are just going at it, so I'm going to just timidly insert myself between the two of them and ask Alan, what's going on, and do you need the trivia, and what are your answers?
I5DAY in the hood. Hey, good to hear you, Lucy. Yeah, I'm just finally got done. It's been a busy. We got a new airplane. Yeah, you know how it goes, busy. And I don't always get to do this, but I made it in tonight finally. Didn't think it would still be going. I figured it was over by now. But I haven't heard anything about trivia or anything like that. If you want to throw them at me, fine. If you don't, that's okay too. But I'm kind of curious, so I'll be standing by if you want to do that. Back to you.
Well, Alan, you have got to hear the alt trivia. I wrote it. So I'm going to pass it up to QKO, who is hopefully around and not spacing out. And we'll get the main trivia from QKO, and then I'll pass it over to Josh for alt trivia. So, Nick at Night, if you could read our main trivia, that'd be splendid.
QKO. Thank you, Lucy. However, I will say that I think Alan needs to hear the primary question over the alternate question because I wrote the primary question. Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to bring the other window up here. Okay, the question tonight is, the call sign, Whiskey 9, India Mike Sierra, operates a special event at what location? Your options are Alpha, NASA Space Center Houston, Bravo, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Charlie, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or Delta, Daytona International Speedway. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, KAQKO.
Fabulosity. I keep reading the blue screen. I got to stop doing that. I'm going to pass it over to W88 for our alt trivia.
W8HRF returning. Tonight's alternate trivia question is, what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it Alpha, the Boomerang Nebula? Is it Bravo, the Dark Doodah Nebula? Or Charlie, the Sombrero Galaxy? Or is it Delta, Grand Maw Cornwall Bean Shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? I'm going to let it drop and read this real quick one more time. Tonight's alternate trivia question is, what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? Is it the Boomerang Nebula, B, the Dark Doodad Nebula, C, the Sombrero Galaxy, or D, Grand Maw Cornwall Bean Shoulder after the Colonel eats the last cookie? This is W8HRF, back to KE8YUK.
Just making sure everything drops and everything gets picked back up again because I'm a mom. That's my job now, picking up everything. All right, thank you, guys. We're going to pass it over to KI5DAY and ask if he's got his trivia answers.
KI5DAY, sorry for the delay. I had to switch over here. Yeah, I was having a hard time hearing the first one, but that's okay. I'm on Echolink, and I would expect nothing less from EchoSync. But it's kind of noisy out here in the hangar, too, with all the stuff running in the background. But I'm going to go ahead and say D for the first one and D for the last one. If I'm still on the air, somebody's breaking in on me. I'll stand by.
All right, I thought I caught a standby, but maybe I did not. So I know I got D for the alt trivia. I missed The main trivia. Josh, did you get it? Okay. Josh has it handled because he's awesome. There you go. D&D, I haven't done that in a long time. Anyway, we're going to move on from Alan. Thanks for stopping in. Despite all the abuse that may go on in the blue screen, very grateful that you are here. And grateful for the banter, so long as it stays banter, you two. Don't make me get out the boxes of shame, which you would be separated. Anyway, we're going to move on down to W2JLS. John, how are you doing? And do you have a... sorry, Alan, I stepped on you. Do I go back to Alan? Have I stepped on him? I'm net control. I get to do what I want. I'm going back to Alan. Sorry about that, John. You're going to be on deck. Alan, I stepped on you. What else you got?
I'm sorry, there's a delay. I forgot that I didn't have Echo sync back up on my screen when you called, and I had to jump over there, and there's already a delay, so that's what the problem was. I'm going to go ahead and call D and B for Dodo Head, but definitely Grandma Cornwallow Bean was known for her cold shoulder. She was a very ruthless woman, so we're going to go with that. D and D. KI5DAY. Thanks for doing the net tonight. That's pretty cool. Back to you.
You're pretty cool. Thanks so much for stopping in, Alan. We've got your answers as D and D, I believe. D and B? What'd you put down? D and B. Well, it's D and B now. We are tired. We're going to move on and talk to, for real this time, W2JLS. John, what are your trivia answers and how are you doing?
Miss Lucy, this is W2JLS, John, and no worries on the setting me aside for a moment or two. No worries at all. I honestly, I turned on the radio here very late. I'm coming in late. I did. Thanks for having the questions reread. I heard them. KEQKO hauled so quickly through those and only read it the one time that nothing stuck. I gathered he had a special operator station remotely. I heard a couple of the choices and really nothing stuck. So I will say it would have been an absolute guess, which I will make. I'll just say I'll guess C. I don't even know what C is, and no worries on that. The coldest place in the known universe observed, I'm going to go with Boomerang for that. The Boomerang, I believe, is my guess there. And other than that, I came home from work, and I've added working out to my regular regimen. Typically, that's like 5 to 6 days a week now, and some days I come home and I'm just ready to pass out and go to sleep. I didn't work out tonight, for example. Came home and I took a nice nap, which, man, I gotta say, as an adult taking a nap, that is. I wish I'd been doing more of that. I slept for like 3 hours. I woke up and I feel spectacular. But yeah, I don't feel like I don't think I'm gonna have a hard time going back to sleep either. So, but as a result of that, I missed most of the show. So sorry about that. Nice to hear you in the air, though. W2JLS passing it back.
W8WKY.
Well, we're glad that we are glad that you made it in eventually. And we've got you down for C and A. As far as exercise goes, I wish you all the luck in the world with that. I try to go twice a week to boxing with my siblings, but I won't lie, if I can wiggle out of it, I sure do try. But it is good for you, and man, naps are great. They are underestimated, and I need to be grateful for them while I can take them. So thanks for checking in, John. Good to have you. We're going to move on to KG7IRJ. Paul, what are your trivia answers, and how are you doing tonight?
Please do this. KG7IRJ, Master. Yeah, Baker and Charlie. Baker and Charlie. I tried getting my stuff on Echolink, and I don't have a connection. Echolink's not working. So, back to you, KG7IRJ.
Yeah, roger that on Echolink. Alan can also attest it's tricky. It's tricky business sometimes. So glad you tried. Glad you checked in. Good to hear from you. I believe we have your trivia answers as B and C, correct? That's what we got you down for. We're going to circle back to Tim, see if he's had any luck. K8TMW, you got any trivia answers, and how are you doing? Nothing heard from K8TMW. Guys, it's 11:30 at night. I'm going to talk to our net control crew. I'm at the top, which threw me off real bad, and I'm going to move on. Do I get to talk about my day? My day was all right. Had a great youth group, so on and so forth. My voice is shot. I'm going to pass it over to W8HRF for how you're doing and what is your main trivia answer. And then we're going to move on down the list. Don't give your all trivia answer yet. Right? Right. All right. W8HRF, KE8YUK.
W8HRF returning. Good evening, everybody on the Beacon Net. For trivia, for main trivia, I'm going to go with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I was going to look for the letter that is so that the logger could get that registered, and I realized I was the logger. So I'm going to put my answer down as Bravo. Anyways, I'm getting ready for a presentation I've got on Friday, so I'm probably going to be working on a PowerPoint slide after the net. I shouldn't have procrastinated on that, but that's what I'm doing. That's about it. And we'll take care of alternate trivia a little bit later. W8HRF, back to net control.
And that is the heard from my husband all day. No, I'm kidding. Good to hear from you, W8HRF. Thanks for your alt trivia. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for everything you do for ham radio. We're going to move on to KD8EPC. Dustin, if you're still awake, how are you doing and what are your trivia answers?
K8YUK and the Beacon Net. This is KD8EPC. Well, let's get the trivias out of the way. I'm going to go with Bravo and Delta for my trivias. Let's see, had the day off today, didn't do a lot. Have tomorrow off too, not planning to do a lot. Gotta go out to Ed's and mow. Hopefully it'll be dry enough to do that, and we won't bury the mower like we did Monday, hopelessly stuck there. So there you go. That's all I've got for you. Great net, great job. Yeah, look forward to the next one. With that, KD8EPC, back over to net control.
Roger that, Dustin. Yeah, mowing the lawn instead of tilling the lawn, I guess, is a big difference. Josh has talked about needing to mow the lawn, and I thought a couple times I'd surprise him. And I'll hold Betty on my hip and look out at the swaying grass in the yard and say, nope. So good luck with that. Good to hear from you, Dustin. I totally missed if he gave us trivia answers. Did you get them? Josh got them. I'm glad you're more awake than I am. The sugar's wearing off. Okay, going to move on to maybe we can get him. KD8SLG. Just Nick, are you out there?
KE8YUK, this is KD8SLG. Good evening, Miss Lucy and everyone on the Beacon Net, all the Beacon Netizens. Trivia real quick, I'm going to go with Indianapolis for the first one, Bravo, and Sombrero, Charlie for the alternate, and fine business tonight, Josh and Lucy, fine business. This is KD8SLG, back to net control.
Good to hear from you, Nick. Glad that nothing has eaten you yet. We've got your trivia. Man, listen, if you're out in the wilderness of Pennsylvania, squatches are everywhere. Anyway, we got your answers for B and C. Man, we got a lot of sombreros, but I would just like to remind everybody that Andy has a real sombrero. I cannot claim that. All right. I think Nick at night wants to go to bed, and I'm really sorry that we're still awake, so I'm going to pass it over to K8QKO. gee whiz, I guess I will have you give your comments and then your all trivia answer, and then I suppose I'll have you pause and give the answer to main trivia so we can wrap this up. So, KE8QKO, how are you doing? And then pause and go ahead and read off main trivia.
KE8QKO. All right, thank you, Lucy. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm actually surprisingly not very tired tonight. I think going to bed earlier most of the week, especially on Sunday, helped a lot. I heard Jairus talk about his successful camping trip last weekend, and I had one of those, but it was not as successful, I don't think. It was all right, but it was all right. The scouts went out, but they didn't pack very well. They kind of just willy-nilly threw stuff into the trailer and didn't think about what they needed, and we got there, and no tarps for under the tents, missing cooking stoves, missing pots, and it was an adventure. So, but we got all that sorted out, and it's still successful, but good learning opportunity to make a list of what you need to pack when you go out for those things. But yeah, that was my weekend. Came home pretty tired on Sunday, so after coming home and shopping and doing chores, I was pretty well wrecked and missed the net Sunday night, which was okay because I was not net control. Yeah, that's about it. I think that's what I've got going on this week. It's been a fairly busy week, lots of running around, lots of small little errands and appointments. But hopefully it should wind down this weekend. I'm hoping maybe I can cut the grass this weekend. I avidly refuse to cut the grass before tax day because the beginning of April, in my opinion, is way too early to cut the grass. I don't want to do it. I don't like cutting it, and I'm not going to start that early. But maybe I can try to start this weekend. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, with that, Lucy, I'm going to break for time and then read the answer to the trivia question. All right. The call sign, Whiskey 9, India, Mike Sierra, operates a special event at what location? And the answer was Bravo, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. After a number of years of meeting with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway about the possibility of operating a special event station during the Indianapolis 500, David Spolstra, N9KT, received some unexpected assistance from the owner of the Saturday Evening Post and chair of the Indianapolis City Council, Bert Servas. I've got these names pronounced horribly. W9WVO. He was a silent key in 2014. Bert met with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway CEO Tony George in April 2004, and on May 25th, 2004, W9IMS became the official amateur radio club of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the first time in history that a ham radio station received this designation. So, with that, I'll pass it back to you, Lucy. This is K8QKO.
W8WKY.
After a word from our sponsor, I get control back, or as much control as I can pretend to have. Thank you so much, Nick. We appreciate the answer being Indianapolis, what letter was that? That was Bravo, so for those wondering, Bravo was the answer to main trivia. I got distracted by the conversation about Animal, the Muppet, and Led Zeppelin and Blue Screen, but I heard about your camping trip and making a list, very important. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to W8HRF for the alt trivia answer and results. Here you go.
Whiskey 8, Hotel Radio Foxtrot returning. I haven't actually read this answer yet, so there's going to be some words in here I can't pronounce. Tonight's alternate trivia question was, what is the coldest naturally occurring place in our known universe? The answer is A, the Boomerang Nebula. I read that wrong, and I went this entire net thinking it was Charlie. But no, the answer is A, the Boomerang Nebula. Keith Taylor and Mike Scarrett called it the Boomerang Nebula in 1980 after observing it with a large ground-based telescope in Australia. Unable to see the detail that the Hubble Space Telescope can reveal, the astronomers saw merely a slightly asymmetrical some like nebula, some lobes, suggesting it's kind of curved like a boomerang. The high resolution images which Hubble was able to get indicate a bow tie nebula would have been a better name, but it has a temperature of negative 272 degrees Celsius. I assume that's on average. It is only 1 degree warmer than absolute zero, the lowest limit for all temperatures. Even the negative 270 degrees Celsius background glow from the Big Bang is warmer than that nebula. That's pretty funny. That being said, all the other celestial bodies are real. The Dark Doodad Nebula was cataloged by a guy, I can't pronounce his name, Aga Sanquivist in 1977. It's also known as that nebula is also known as Sanquivist 149 after him who discovered it. But the nickname it has was given to by an American astronomer in 1986. I'm going to take a break. W8HRF returning. The Sombrero Galaxy was discovered on May 11th of 1781 by Pierce. How do you say that word?
That's French. I got nothing.
It's French. I don't know. It is usually viewed from the edge and has an unusual bulge that suggests the shape of a sombrero hat. So, anyways, it's also thought that it holds a supermassive black hole, which is the nearest billion solar mass black hole to Earth. Man, I barely made it through that. I'm going to go take a nap. W8HRF back to net control.
I was listening for the beep. It already happened. Katie at SLG in the blue screen. I don't know what you saw, but I'm innocent. I played the Fed. Thank you for the alt trivia, Josh, even though it was my alt trivia. No, actually, thank you for reading it. Thank you, Nick, for main trivia. Guys, we are at 37. If we can push it to 40, I'm going to call it a win. If not, I'm going to bed, and I am fine with that also. So we'll do one more round, 4 check-ins. Final call. I want to sleep. Most of these people want to sleep. So if you're interested in checking in and making it to 40, please call now.
Victor Echo 3 Victor Juliet. Quebec. Victor Echo 3 with Victor Juliet. Bill in Sudbury.
Victor Yankee 1, Mike Golf Sierra, VY1MGS, Michael in Yukon, Canada. Greetings all.
And Kilowatt Bravo 8, Victor Golf X-Ray, Stephen Williamsfield.
And N9PGE in Elkhart, Indiana. N9PGE, name is Mick, Mike India, Charlie Kilo. Makes number 40.
Kilo India 5, Tango Alpha Quebec.
All right, I'm going to pick it up there. Many apologies if I have any Echolink people trying to get in with a lag. I'm very tired. So we had a train wreck at the very first check-in. We had 2 call signs collide. I believe we've got a VE3. So we'll go with you first. If you could come back. VE3, we believe. Go ahead and come back.
Victor Echo 3 Whiskey Victor Juliet. That's Victor Echo 3 Whiskey Victor Juliet. Bill in Sudbury.
All right, we've got you, Bill, and the next call sign that you collided with was something with an HJQ, we believe. Could you come back, please?
Yes,
thanks, Net Control. This is Alpha X-Ray 3, Hotel Juliet, Quebec. Special demonstration for Anzac Day. We're allowed to replace the VK with AX today. Good afternoon from down under.
I again was listening for the beep. It already happened, and I just forgot. Okay. Thank you so much for checking in. Do we have that last? Did you get it? All right, fabulous. All right, we're going to run through this list real quick, and then we're going to go to bed. So we're going to start with Bill, VE3WVJ. Go ahead.
Well, hello to everyone on the net. I won't keep you long. I know you want to close up there. This is Victor Echo 3 Whiskey Victor. Here sitting with the YL. Watch TV, listen to radio on the side, and heard everyone in there. Thought I'd come in for a check-in and give my answers. So I'm going to go with a Bravo and a Charlie. Bravo and a Charlie. Anyway, yeah, other than that, that's all I really got to say. So I hope everyone does well, and I hope everyone enjoyed tonight with the trivia. Victor Echo 3 Whiskey Victor Juliet, back to Net Control.
Well, thanks so much, Bill. Good to have you. We have your answers down for B and C. I might just give the answers at the end, just in case our other guys want to tag in if they want to. I don't care if they didn't hear it. It's too late now. Listen to the live stream. It's there for a reason. And enjoy. Also, hi to the XYL. My husband was a ham before I was, and he made me want to get my license, and here we are. So I highly encourage the hobby. I'm going to say thank you so much, Bill, and we're going to move on to John, AK38JQ. Go ahead and take it away.
Good afternoon from down under. Yeah, the call's Alpha X-Ray 3 Hotel Juliet, Quebec. Special event station for Anzac. Good afternoon from down under. It's about 24 degrees. Beautiful day down here today. 1:48 p.m. We're just having some late lunch, public holiday in Australia today for Anzac Day, which is basically the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. I think it stands for. Is that what Anzac stands for? Yes. Basically, the people that lost their lives in World War I and World War II, actually all the wars, that's what the day off today is all about. Anyway, thanks for the net, and thanks for letting me in. Alpha X-Ray 3 Hotel Juliet, Quebec, back to Net Control.
W8WKY.
Well, many thanks for checking in. We have fixed your call sign in the log. Good to hear from you. I believe you are my first Australia contact, so thanks for checking in. Thanks for staying up so late, although I don't know what time it is down under. But anyway, we're going to move on to Michael VY1MGS. Technically on our list, you're 40, and we made it to 43. Sandy said I'm making it to 50. No, I'm not. I'll do it next time, maybe. Anyway, VY1MGS, go ahead.
VY1.
You dropped. Could you come back, please? VY1MGS, you dropped in the middle of your call sign. Come back, please. Do drop in, might have dropped, or who knows what happened. Lightning, sharks, tornado, who knows. But we are glad that you checked in. Good to have you on the list, and hopefully we'll hear from you later. This is KE8YUK with the Beacon Net. We run Sunday nights and Wednesday nights. Pre-show at 9:30, big show at 10, and we usually stop at 11, but here we are. We're going to talk with Steve next, KB8VGX. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good evening to everybody in the net. I'm kind of with you. It's been a long day. I'm looking forward to bed here in a little bit. And I've been listening for a while. I just hadn't checked in. I'm sitting here with the XYL and the sun, and sitting in the den just kind of with the radio in the background. So been enjoying listening to you guys, but just trying to help you get to that 40. So we figured we'd throw the call sign out and say good evening to everyone. I did hear the questions, and I did hear the answers. I did a quick Google search. I enjoyed the fact that it's the coldest place in the known universe because of its expanding gases. That made sense to me. It was a fun little tidbit. And on that, we'll say 7-3 to yourself and everyone in the net, and I hope you have a good evening. This is KB8VGX.
Well, thanks so much, Steve. Waving the hand of the XYL. Again, just a plug. Ham radio is a lot of fun. Didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I have, and it's a nice way to bond with my husband as well. So thanks for checking in. Thanks for the tidbit. Yeah, I enjoyed doing that research, and, well, what else? I was going to say one of the answers would be the dark side of the moon, but I didn't do it. But now you guys know. All right, thanks so much, Steve. We're going to talk with Mick, N9PGE. Go ahead, Mick. N9PGE. Are you out there? Nothing heard from Mick. He could have been a dewdrop-in victim as well. So we're going to move on to Tim. But thanks anyway, Mick. Hopefully we'll hear you down the log. Tim, KI5TAQ, you're going to be our last conversation for the night, most likely. What do you got?
Oh, I should say good evening, everybody. This is KI5TAQ. I'm just sitting down here in the Tulsa area, cloudy skies. I got my windows open, 67 degrees right now at night, and I'm sitting here behind the train. And it looks like it's just sitting still for right now. But as soon as I get to the QTH, my head's going to hit the pillow, and I might be going out like a light. But in some ways, I'm kind of glad to help you raise the numbers up. So, and I didn't hear the question, so I'm not going to try to bother get the answers. But you all take care. This is KI5TAQ.
Well, thanks so much, Tim. We appreciate it. We're probably going to close out with 43 check-ins. Thank you all for checking in. And I'm being challenged to go for 50, but you guys don't have a baby daughter to wake up in the morning with. So I am going to say, on behalf of the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association, myself and the entire Beacon Net crew, I'm not going through the calls. I've rambled enough. Thank you one and all for checking in with us this evening. You're welcome to come and join us on the next edition of the Beacon Net, Sunday and Wednesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on the W8WKY repeater. You can also find us on the Allstar Node 48496 and Echolink W8WKY-R. In the same locations, you can find the Barometer Net every morning at 7 a.m., except for Sunday. And don't forget to check out our friends on the Boredom Breaker Net every day at noon Central Time, which is 1 o'clock Eastern Time, on Allstar Node 49562 and Echolink N5XQK-R, or here on the W8WKY on Wednesdays when we link them. You've been listening to the Beacon Net. This is Lucy, KE8YUK, exhausted but very pleased and very grateful for all of you. And I'll be returning this repeater to normal and customary amateur radio use at this time. 73 is to catch you on the flip side. God bless everybody.
Great job, Josh and Lucy. Thanks again, folks. Who's sticking around for the after party? This is KD80PC.
W2JLS. I'll stick around and say hello, Dustin.
Southern Texas, along with KG5SYC. We're not ready to cash it in yet, but then it is an hour earlier than what you guys have up in Ohio. So nonetheless, we're out here. We'll be standing by and monitoring a little bit. KF5AD.
I want to stick around, but I can't keep my eyes open. Sorry, guys. KE8VZA 73.
Have a good night, Eric. All right, let's see here. We have W2JLS. John, good evening to you, and Nick and Sandy there over in Cibolo. Good evening to both of you. Let's see. Let me start here with John, W2JLS. I saw your pictures last weekend there on Facebook, John. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, Roger, Dustin. Yeah, that was a treat for sure. The Shatner photo op, I mean, I've known about that for 2 or 3 months, that it was going to happen. It was a gift from Miss Erica, and spectacular gift at that. I never would have, A, I wouldn't have known he was coming to the area, and B, I probably wouldn't have bought in, although I might have gone down there just to lay eyes on the guy. But that was super, super cool to get to actually meet him, talk to him, and basically have my hand around him, and that was crazy. I never thought I'd be that close to the guy in a very cool way. 93 years old, just nuts. How with it he is for that age. No disrespect to any 93-year-olds listening, but that guy's holding it together quite well. Yeah, and then the Dukes. I mean, Dukes of Hazzard. I don't know if probably a lot of folks don't remember that, but that was when I was a little kid. That was a cool show, and everybody loved Daisy. But Bo, Luke, and Daisy, I got to see John Schneider, Bo, and then Daisy actually shook her hand, Miss Catherine Bach. That was super, super cool.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's definitely really cool there. I enjoyed seeing that. And, yeah, seeing Shatner is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it isn't going to be around there forever. So I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, and I'm glad you got to do it there. So there you go. Let's send this thing around. Let's just do a round table. It's going to go, we'll go Nick, Sandy, back to you, John, and then back to me. And then we'll leave a pause for anybody else. So Nickelodeon, take it away. KF5AD from KDED-PC.
W8WKY.
All right, good evening, y'all. And, yeah, we're down here in South Texas, so it's all good. Still fairly early as far as Sandy and I are concerned. It's only going on 11 o'clock, so we've still got another hour to burn yet before we go 10 toes up. But with that, not much else. It's neat that you got a chance to see William Shatner. I did not realize he was that, I hate to say use it that way, that old, but he's in that senior position. 93, I'm still blown away by that. I thought he was a lot younger than that, like when I watch him on TV, he still looks the same there too, on YouTube or whatever. Sure, not. I realize that. But at any rate, being able to chance to see some of those guys would be very cool. I've always had a desire to have met Leonard Nimoy, as he was probably my favorite character on Star Trek, with being Mr. Spock. So then, of course, Star Wars came across, and I was always a Star Wars fan as opposed to a Star Trek. My sister was a Star Trek person. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sandy on the round table then, I guess, for KG5SYC. This is KF5ADE.
Well, this is KG5SYC, and, I have no inputs on Star Wars. I have no inputs on Star Trek, because I'm not a fan, so you can all diss me. This is KG5SYC, and whoever's next, I'm not sure, because I had to run off to the other room. So there you go. KG5SYC, next in line.
Sure if somebody was trying to jump in there or not. W2JLS returning. Let me just check to see if that was somebody keying up. Okay, I'll take the mic. Yeah, no worries on not being a fan of Trek or Star Wars. I was born into it back at I was born in '68, so the show was just about done at that point, and then took off in syndication throughout my childhood. So I was watching that pretty regularly where I grew up in upstate New York in syndication, and I was a huge fan of the whole damn thing. But that was like the peak of the Apollo era, and NASA was kind of this wicked cool thing. It was the space age, and I don't know, it was really easy as a little kid to get sucked into that. And I thought a lot of, like the previous caller there, I apologize for not having your call sign, sir. I liked Leonard Nimoy as well. Never got to see him in the real world, but I was a huge fan of Shatner. All of those guys. It was just, I grew up with them. It was like family, kind of weird. But and then Shatner has done so much over his life, even after Star Trek the series. He had a lot of stuff even before Star Trek. He's got that one memorable episode of The Twilight Zone, but he did a whole bunch of other stuff as he was making his way to being found for Star Trek. Beyond that, some of you will recall, he did that TV series T.J. Hooker long after Star Trek, and then the Star Trek movies hit, and then after the Star Trek movies, I don't know if this was late 90s or mid 90s, I haven't really watched it, but he did another series where he played kind of a senior in a law firm. I think it's called Boston Legal. I got to at some point circle back and look at that. How about that circle back? Yeah, I gotta have a look at that at some point. Looks like he played quite a character in that as well, but I think the guy, he's still alive and vibrant today because he just never stopped. He wasn't one of those people that made it big and rested on his wealth and, overdid life to excess and then died young. Nobody told the guy to quit, and he just hasn't. He's still active. He's doing a documentary series right now, so he's a liver for sure. Anyway, Dustin, I think is headed back to you, sir, from W2JLS.
All right, thank you very much there, John. Well, I like Star Trek over Star Wars. That's my personal opinion on that. Boy, there was something else I was going to say, but that's sometimes the trouble with roundtables. By the time it gets back to me, I totally forget what the heck it was I was originally going to say there. But anyhow, enough of that. Let's turn it back over to KF580E from KD8PC, and let's leave a pause for anyone else.
All right, I think that was a pretty good pause. I'm not sure. Let me know, Dustin, if that wasn't long enough for us. But I hope it was.
Go in here and drop in one and just say, drop in.
I think that was a pretty good pause. I'm not sure, man. I'm gonna mess up on the man's real name, Picard, the Next Generation. I thought they did a really good job with that Next Generation compared to some of the other Star Trek venues that they had, like Deep Space Nine or whatever it was called. Just didn't appeal to me, I guess. I don't know. Somehow that just didn't work. But Picard was a very good captain, probably the best captain as far as Star Trek series goes. The writers that made him portray, and the guy that portrayed that character, to me, did a really good job with that as well. But so yeah, I guess I better keep it short. We'll turn it back, and Sandy may have to just go ahead and shift the gears one way or the other. KF580E.
This is KG5SYC. Oh, shift the gears. Which gear do I shift? I don't know. But as far as the Star Trek and Star Wars, yeah, I kind of married into it because Nickelodeon was definitely a Star Wars fanatic when we met, and he was always trying to get me to go to watch Star Wars, and I was like, nope, nope, you find somebody else to go, nope, nope. So I got out of all of them, but I did have to go sit through one of them because he had nobody to go with, and I felt that he needed to see that one show, so I obliged him and went and sat, and I guess I was bored through the whole thing. I might have even slept. I don't know. At any rate, we'll sit there and see what John has to say if he wants to shift gears. This is KG5SYC. Back to you, John.
W2JLS returning, and I did hear Mark, Fox Queen Victor is out in there lingering. I don't know if he wanted to jump in. If he it sounded like he was trying to break in there on the last over. Mark, you there?
Yeah, Casey, okay, I thought I heard someone say a pause, and I jumped in and just said, because Lucy, when she was calling someone on the station, she said, gee, maybe that was a dewdrop in. Yeah, they drop at 10 till the hour. So, KCFQV, because they go to the next one, which is Puget Sound at midnight our time. So they drop 10 till the hour, KCFQV. And it'll just be one time, I'll just listen, but I was going to just throw that in there. KCFQV.
All right, Mark, thanks. Very good. W2JLS returning. Yeah, on the comparison between Star Trek and Star Wars, for me, there was none. It was really quite clearly, firmly in the Star Trek lane. By the time Star Wars came out, I mean, I'm not going to bad Star Wars. It is what it is, and I know it's got a huge following, and they did some great work for sure. Just never. I don't know. I didn't latch on with Star Trek though. Like I say, that was, I don't know. I thought it was more cerebral. I thought a lot of people gave them a hard time for some of their special effects and props and stuff. But I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. And the part of it was just the people side too. Like I say, as a little kid growing up with it, some of my earliest memories are attached to that. So. Yeah, shifting gears. I don't know where do we go from here. I'll maybe linger for 2 or 3 more rounds. I'm trying to think of anything else interesting to talk about. We could talk about health and vitamins. I'm just going crazy on all of that. What you should supplement, and maybe how do you get off of your butt and work out and stuff like that. It's on my mind. I mean, it's just transformational where you can take how you feel. But yeah, if anyone wants to switch gears to that, I'm happy to talk about health and nutrition. W2JLS, I think we're passing it back over to Mr. Dustin, KD80BC. Are you still over there, buddy?
W2JLS and the Cibolo gang. This is KD80PC. I'm still here. Boy, health and fitness. I've lost a couple of pounds, but I need to lose quite a bit more. I want to quit soda. That's been very hard, but I've cut back. I'm only having a couple a day now, and I want to get rid of them altogether there. So that's the story with that. But I do have to go back to Star Trek just one more time and say the first one I ever actually watched all the way through was Voyager, and then I watched The Next Generation after that, and I liked both of those. I could never get into Deep Space Nine, never was a fan of that one, so there's my story there. But, boy, I wanted to say something else. Once again, I don't remember what it was, so, yeah, take it away there, Cibolo.
I'm going to try to do better about leaving a nice, healthy pause between there. In case somebody does want to come in here and jump in, please jump in. This is K5AD, Nick, and I'm going to go ahead and I was watching Star Trek when it was first aired, back in 1965, 64, maybe? I'm not sure which one it was, but it was back there. We would watch it when it was first aired. And I tell you what, for a show of its day, they stuck they stuck it to the. There was several episodes that would really hit home with the events that were going on at the time. They had this one fella, or this two identical twins, and one was black on left and black on right, and they made a complete racial episode that really would it hit home with me as a little kid, that realizing that, hey, that's not right, and it stuck, and that was one of the episodes I very clearly remember. That was very good, and other shows were just good entertainment, but that was one that would come together for me as well as a very meaningful episode they had back then. As for the medications or vitamins, Sandy keeps me in somewhat track as best as she can, because I'm terrible about what would you call it?
Supplements.
Yeah, supplemental. I'm terrible about taking my supplements, and so she's always working with me. So that's it for me right now. KF5AD turn over to Sandy, KG5SYC.
This is KG5SYC, and yeah, we can talk a little bit about vitamin supplements. Don't know about exercise because we do go out for a few walks, but the mile-and-a-half walk is a little bit hard on me with the fact that I have arthritis in my hips, and sometimes they just don't like to work. So there you go. And Dustin, since you're not remembering a whole lot, I think you need to do some ginkgo biloba. That might help the train thought a little bit, but then it could be if you're trying to pull yourself away from soda, then it could be a what do you call it? An addiction from soda that your mind is forgetting, and all it can think about is soda. But let's return the wheels and say, let's go for lemonade. Maybe that'd be better than soda.
There you go.
So there you go. And yeah, I'm big on the different vitamins. Since I have the rotary cuff problem, I found that doing the B1, B6, B12, B9, and along with I do fish oil, but it's called HTC, and I like it better because it doesn't have an afterbite when you burp. So there you go. This is KG5SYC. On to John.
W2 JLS returning. Yeah, that's a good thought for Dustin with the ginkgo. Good for memory and brain function and some other things. The others I'd add to that list are choline and inositol. And then, of course, that sugar thing going on with your soda, Dustin, pulling back on carbs, pushing up on protein would probably not be a bad thing either. And sleep, good sleep is huge. And I got to go back to the Star Trek again. I apologize. We can talk about vitamins as long as anyone wants, but that episode that ADE, I think, mentioned, the one with the half white and half black alien species, but some of them were, left hand was white and vice versa. That was a neat episode, and it was kind of striking at the social fabric of the day. Just looked it up. It was called "Let That Be Your Last Battlefield." And that was one of those two actors was Frank Gorshin. He was the guy that played the Riddler on Batman. Is the way I knew him after that. But that was one of those that when you think about memorable Star Trek episodes, that's one that comes to mind for sure. I'll also mention I did have the pleasure of getting to meet some of the other original cast. Sorry, I afraid I might time out, so I had to break the mic there. So I met years and years and years ago in Charleston. I met Scotty, James Doohan, in Charleston. He was a little bit, I'm not going to say of a disappointment. It was awesome to get to meet him, but he spent a lot of time bad-mouthing other cast members, which I did not like. It seemed kind of bitter that he didn't have a bigger share of the limelight somehow. But strangely, I think at the time a lot of folks really loved Scotty, and I never felt like he, was kind of left out. But anyway, especially with a cast as small as theirs, it seemed like there was plenty of airtime to go around. And then the other person was the woman that played Luoxana Troy in The Next Generation, and also Nurse Chapel in the original series, Majel Barrett Roddenberry, who married Gene Roddenberry, obviously the creator. I got to meet her in Charleston. Shook her hand and was able to, I got an autographed copy of Gene Roddenberry's first issue of a new enterprise he was putting out, not completely unrelated to Star Trek, but comic book. It was kind of cool. And I was able to tell her something that I almost regret. The way, it probably came out kind of goofy. But she was a very striking lady even at that age, and and I was a young guy, so maybe I'll be forgiven, and maybe it wasn't that bad a thing to say. But I said, I told her, "Wow, you are still strikingly beautiful," and which sounds like a compliment, but the word "still," I kind of kick myself a little bit as an older person at this point, the way that I said that, and she didn't seem to take offense. I'm sure she's probably run into more awkward moments from fans. Anyway, I thought I'd share that. Also, Dax. I met Terry Farrell, Dax. I love that woman. She's a beautiful lady from Deep Space Nine, which, in my opinion, was not a bad series at all. Anyway, passing it back over to you, Dustin, from W2JLS.
All right, thank you very much there, John. Well, between the medication I take for the nerve pain and then the herbal medication in the evening too, the brain gets a little bit fuzzy there. But I've been cutting back on the soda. I've also been I was e-biking for a while there, but my buddy finally took it back. I had it on loan for a long time, but hopefully going to get one here soon. I got to go get Ed's lawn taken care of, and that'll go towards it. And then a couple weeks here, I should be able to pick one up. So there you go. So, but yeah, as far as Star Trek goes, those two are my favorite that way. The Next Generation and Voyager are my two favorites. So, Nickelodeon, take it away. KF580E from KD80PC.
Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate it. And, it's a great after show we're getting into. I'm just kind of doing I have to take these other meds that I have. They're a statin. There's a blood pressure medicine. There's one for reflux. There's aspirin, baby aspirin, of course, is always a dole out for the med techs. John, are you a medical person of some sort, or just, I looked at your QRZ page just a little bit and started looking at you, and was looking at the little bit of your bio, but that was about it. But nonetheless, I was just kind of curious if that's your passion or not, or your vocation as well, or perhaps a partial vocation for you.
With that, yeah, we have other meds that we have to take, and it kind of keeps us from reminding me to take other the other supplements, which are probably good, but just, oh, golly, they're a handful. With that, I think I'll go ahead and pass it over to the YL, KF5AD, KG5SYC. Your turn.
This is KG5SYC. Nickelodeon is on the meds because of the heart surgery he had, and I wasn't too impressed with the fact that they were putting him on the statin and all these other stuff, and one thing after another, but I guess if that's what they say he needs, I guess, because I haven't been able to find anything that would work for him under any research that I've done that would keep him and keep his heart valve from getting sticky and whatnot that they're trying to prevent. So since he's got the a pig valve, I think, in there, I'm not sure how pigs work, but I don't know if their valves are any different than the humans, but hopefully they're not as sticky. But nonetheless, I haven't found anything that I can find anywhere that would take him off of the statin that would work and be just the same as if he was taking the statin. So, John, if you know of anything, let me know. This is KG5SYC. On to you, John.
KG5SYC and the gang. Really quickly, first let's address, I'm not a doctor, I'm a chemist, I'm a scientist, I like playing with data, and definitely one of my passions is health, and I approach it from a number of perspectives, but one as a chemist, I'm interested in how you can use nutrition to promote general well-being and even particularly target disease. I think most diseases are optional. I know that's kind of a controversial thing to say. And some of them I think we actually have the solution to, and we don't take the right steps to employ those solutions there. So I do have some thoughts, particular to heart stuff. I was in my very early life, in my 30s, I was 36, about to be 37. I had a major heart attack, and at the time I was you'd look at me and say, that's an athlete. I was a runner, a swimmer. I had a soccer team, was killing it. And at the same time, I was about ready to drop dead. Ended up, short of breath and having what would be termed a stable angina. It's like, which turned into an unstable angina, where you just, if I did anything, like even walking a flight of stairs, it would be painful in the chest. I was like, okay, well that's not normal. So you go see your doctors, and they're telling you things like anxiety, because you're a young athletic guy. The last thing they're thinking is cardiac at that time. So they were wrong, and I was about ready to drop dead. And 3 months later, took myself to the ER, and they kept me overnight and found, oh yeah, you've had a major heart attack according to your cardiac enzyme function. So just a heads up, listen to your body. Relative to what you're taking, I definitely, your wife was referring to some heart valve related stuff. Sounds like you've had a valve job, and I don't know tons about it, but in that you're taking a statin, I suspect that your doctor, your cardiologist, has probably also flagged some of your lipid profile, and they're trying to prevent atherosclerosis. I don't know if you've already encountered atherosclerosis, but I definitely have some opinions on how how to manage that do not include statins. I personally was on a very high dose statin for probably about 18 years. I took myself off over the last year. I'll be talking to my doctor about that tomorrow, actually, but be very happy to share my opinions on the statin and some alternatives. But I've held the mic for a hot minute, so I'll pass it on to Dustin, KD8EPC. Back to you, sir.
I mean, I've got nothing productive to add to this round, so I'm just going to turn it back on over there to Nickelodeon, KF580E from KD8EPC. Take it away.
All right, John, thank you so much. Hey, I noticed that you're also, I wasn't sure where Fairlawn, Ohio was at, but you got mentioned in your QRZ page that you are a member of the WAWKY Silvercreek Amateur Association. So we might have seen you, or maybe we missed in part because we've only been to a couple of meetings when we have been in town. The next time we get up there, we're definitely going to have to hook up a little bit too, but we'll have to fight the crowd between the Lucy's and the Nicks and the Sasquatch and everybody else that we like visiting with. But we've definitely got to have to hook some time up with you as well and talk to you a little bit more. 4 years ago, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, very bad. And the doctor that I was seeing, or the PA, said, here, take this metformin and take this and this and this and this. And I'm like looking at all these drugs, and I looked at it, and I thought, you know, he's looking at me from what he sees, a 225-pound, how old was I back then? 60-year-old, I guess, about there. And he was looking at me as a physical entity, overweight, not doing well. And I went home. I came home with all these meds, and I talked to Sandy, and we sat down and says, we've got to do something about this. And so she got on the board and started looking at things and said, this is really bad. This metformin has got so many side effects that the cure is maybe worse than the no, that's not how I wanted to say this. The cure is worse than the disease. Yeah, there you go. So he begins to wonder. So what I did, I went ahead and started getting myself into a rigorous exercise walking program, and I got my weight down, eating right, a lot more fish. I love salmon, and
I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm sorry, it's my brain's going to fart on me. The other fellow we're talking to besides John. Dustin, thank you. Oh my gosh, Dustin, take a look at your diet. Take a look and see what you got there, pal, because I tell you what, salmon is a good thing to eat. And I hope I better return this thing. Just let me grab a nickel. I forget that we are on Echolink, and we may even get cut off altogether, and I forget about that, and it doesn't get us the cuckoo on this side of the fence. Where was I? The salmon. So I was eating better, doing things. When I went for my recheck, the doc said, man, you are doing good. And I told him what I did. I didn't take any of his drugs. I told him exactly what I did. He says, well, then you're serious. And he says, that's great, because I didn't really, he doesn't, the type of PA that I had wasn't crazy about putting me on these meds, but that's what his protocol says that he needs to do. If a person that doesn't want to take care of themselves, you give them these drugs to help their body fight the problem that they're creating for their body. But since I was serious about losing the weight, since I was serious about doing things right, and I did it, and I showed it to him, he goes, how about that heart murmur of yours? And I said, I don't know, Doc. What about the heart murmur? You should know better than I do. He said, I think it's time we get that thing checked again. got it checked, and it turned out to be very bad. And it was, I had the cardiologist from the hospital call me back several times trying to get a hold of me just to tell me how bad it really was. And aortic stenosis was a walking heart attack for me, and that's what it was. And even though I didn't hit the pavement, didn't pass out when I was doing my walks, although there were some quite close moments, but nothing where I hit the pavement. And he says, as far as he was concerned, that the stenosis against my heart valve was so bad that it amazed him that my heart was working at all. So with that, that's where I'm at, and I've had heart bypass, heart valve replaced. I've got 3 stents in my heart somewhere, so I'm packed full of all kinds of hardware right now. With that, I'll return it to Sandy, KF5ADE.
This is KG5SYC. Yeah, I sit there and look at trying to keep things neutralized and stabilized, and I do vitamins and try to maintain blood pressure. I try to maintain my blood sugar levels and stuff, and try to keep them within norm, even though the doctor says you're borderline. Well, okay, fine, I'm borderline. Just keep, as long as I stay borderline, I guess I'll live forever borderline. But as long as it doesn't cross the line, I guess I'm good. But nonetheless, there's several things that I take, and I go on them, and about every probably every 2 months or so, I'll do a clean out, and I'll not take them at all, other than Airborne. Airborne's my faithful run to for vitamins at night, because it seems to have a little bit of everything in it. So I do Airborne at night before I go to bed, and I feel like I'm pretty healthy. I don't get sick very easily, and other than arthritis, don't know what to do for that, but aspirin. This is KG5SYC. Your turn, John.
JLS returning. Yeah, a lot of content there to unpack. I wasn't familiar with Airborne. I did kind of quickly look it up here. Looks like it may be elderberry extract and vitamin C at 1,000 milligrams is what I'm reading. Yeah, vitamin C, great antioxidant, great idea. I think everyone should be taking at least that 1,000 a day. Linus Pauling, who is kind of the father of, amongst being probably the greatest known chemist of our time before his passing, that guy was the father of functional medicine, using nutrition to solve problems with health. And he was taking, in his later life, he was taking 10 times that dose you're taking. So he was taking 10,000 milligrams, 10 grams a day of vitamin C as ascorbic acid. And then you're back to your husband. I mean, that's a lot of stuff there to unpack too. But relative to, again, I can't speak with much regarding your heart valve stuff, but I can definitely talk to you about the rest. Having lived it for a long time and managed it, there is this tendency to want to put you on drugs in this country to solve the problem, and I think part of that is they assume most of us are just too lazy to do the right things, and then also they like selling drugs. Again, not trying to get controversial or political, but there's a money side, there's a money piece here. That being said, the statins, I find them it's curious to me how they are as widely used as they are. There are only a few studies that kind of indicate they're very useful, and when you look at those studies, by the time you're paying attention to the statistics, the benefit is not spectacular, you know. And I don't remember the name of all the studies off the top of my head, but if you look up the Framingham study is one, and the Jupiter study is another. You know, I think Jupiter actually stood for something like justification for the use of statin. You know, somehow was the point. And some of these studies are actually put out by the actual drug companies that are selling you statin meds, which is that's a little sketchy right out of the gate. But then when you look at the numbers and the risk-benefit analysis, I'm not sure that statins make a whole lot of sense. Another big part of that is the singling out of controlling your lipid profile, cholesterol particularly, trying to make that out to be the bad guy. I'm not convinced that it is the bad guy. You know, and again, when I had my cardiac stuff back in my mid-30s, I had normal cholesterol, and when I dig into the statistics on that, more than half of the people that have heart attacks and many who drop dead have normal cholesterol, more than 50%. So what does that tell you? It's like, okay, there may be a correlation, but it's not necessarily causal. And then what Lipitor and some of these other statins, maybe the mode of action, and I get that they have a mode of action in terms of what they do to cholesterol, but maybe part of the influence on why there's any benefit at all is more as a function of their anti-inflammatory effect. And you've already pointed out quite nicely, you can get that from your food. Omega-3 fatty acids in salmon and other fatty fish is a spectacular solution. And you can push up on omega-3 fatty acids, with diet and supplements and such, right? But I also point out to anyone that's looking at this both to prevent cardiac issues, or if you've had them, maybe to avoid further and potentially reverse some of those. There are supplements that make sense. D3 is one of those. Getting D3 to work properly relative to what it's doing with your metabolic function and what happens with your lipid profile. You need magnesium to activate D3, and then you need K2, vitamin K2, to tell D3 what to do with calcium, which is really huge in evolving atherosclerosis. If you're putting calcium in your veins, arteries, your vasculature, if you're putting it there instead of where it belongs, in your bones, your teeth, and the structural tissues, that's a problem. You don't want to turn your arteries into bone. And if you're insufficient in K2, your body doesn't know where to put the calcium, so it can end up putting it places you don't want it, like your arteries. So if you're not supplementing D3, magnesium, and K2 and you're listening to this, you ought to at least do some research, is what I would say. I'm not a doctor. Talk to your doctor about that. Why they're not beating on that drum a little more strongly is beyond me, but it's huge. Okay, passing it over to Dustin. KD8EPC, save me.
All right, thank you very much there, John. Well, my heart's been all right. Other than the blood pressure thing, the blood pressure has been a little bit high when I go to the doctor, so they got me on a couple of things for that. I was just over here looking at the medicines they got me on nowadays. They got me on gabapentin, and that's for the nerve pain, and then got a couple of these that are for my blood pressure with the hydrochlorothiazide. Wow, that's a mouthful. Then there's another one here. I can't even pronounce that. Then there's another one here that's something for, thyroid something. Because every time I see the doctor, he's like, oh, go get tests, go do this, and he finds more things that he can write me prescriptions for. I swear, sometimes I tell him, I'm like, man, you're just sending me there so you can get your money back from the drug companies for prescribing their drugs. At least that's what it feels like sometimes. Take it away there, Nick.
I hear you, Dustin. This is KF5ADE, and yeah, I hear you. I sometimes wonder about it as well. Sandy and I listened to a thing on the internet. A fellow was talking about some sort of drug or not drug, supplement that he has that he'll sell you for like $60 or $70, $90. I don't know what it was, but get you hooked into buying this miracle drug that he's spouting off about that does so much better, and yet I don't know who to trust and I don't know who to believe, and I don't have the wherewithal or the intelligence to know what's the difference between one to the other. Kind of like you, Dustin. I agree. It's just like you go to the doctor and hopefully they're going to help you out, but you kind of scratch your head and wonder, who are they really helping out? Themselves or you or the drug company? And I don't know where to go with this one. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sandy, KF5ADE.
This is KG5SYC, Sandy. As far as the supplements, I take all those. I don't take K2. I take the magnesium, I do the D3, I do the C, I do all the Bs, because the Bs is what I found that helps the rotary cuff, and I do the alpha lipoid acid because it's supposed to help be a carrier for the Bs to have some effect. Kind of like what you were talking about with the Ds and the Cs and the magnesium and the K2. Not real familiar with K2 that much, but I might do some research on that. Maybe something I add to it. Since I'm over the age of 65, I started doing Cholestop, so that if I do have any cholesterol problems, maybe Cholestop will kill it in its tracks, and it's all vitamin based, so it's not any kind of a statin or anything else. So it's got to be a more natural way to maintain cholesterol. If I did have any cholesterol problems or on the itching part of it, that maybe the Cholestop might help in that respect. But and as far as I sit there and have probably a whole suitcase full of vitamins that I'll sit there and take, half of them in the morning and half of them at night, because can't take B12 in the middle of at night, because that energy definitely follows through in my sleep pattern. So the B12 is a no-no for me at nighttime for sure. We'll pass it off to John. This is KG5SYC.
W2 JLS returning. Yeah, I just looked at Cholestop. It's a collection of plant sterols and such. That's not maybe a bad thing to take. Going back to some of your comments there on the B vitamins, and you mentioned earlier, and I meant to bring it up, but I got sidetracked with other things during my last over. Your arthritis, and you've actually, very interestingly, you focused in on the B vitamins for that, which I think is good on you, because I don't think most people would go there. And particularly, I'm going to tell you one thing that's transformed my ability to change my physical regimen. I was evolving arthritis, it may have been secondary to knee surgery I had a few years back. It made it difficult over time. That was maybe evolving some low-grade arthritis, or otherwise the scar tissue from the procedure was leaving me with run and swim and be very physically active, which is how I stay, in part, keep my strength and endurance and all of that. My knee was making it difficult to be very physically active at all, which was pulling the rest of my health down. So the thing I found, which was very helpful, okay, and I did not see this coming. This was quite by accident, and I will mention as an aside, anyone with high triglycerides, or you're trying to lower your triglycerides and raise your good cholesterol and things like this, one of the ways that you can do that quite effectively is by using the very safe-to-take nicotinic acid, which is vitamin B3 as nicotinic acid. And I got on that, and one of the things niacin is known for in that form is that it can cause this thing called the niacin flush, where it dilates the blood flow through the capillaries in your skin, and it kind of makes you feel warm all over and gives you what looks like a temporary sunburn when you're new to it, anyway. And that's because the blood flow is increased. But that happens throughout your body, not just in your skin. And that effect on my joints, particularly the one in the knee that was plaguing me, has virtually healed that knee. I don't have any issues there. So, and I recommend when you want to take an approach like that, for me, I started with 100 milligram doses a day, which is significantly higher than the U.S. recommended daily allowance. More on that later, but that's still a pretty low dose, that being said. So I would scale that from 100 to 200 to 300 milligrams a day, and then ultimately keep going with that approach until I got up to what is now like between 1,000 and 3,000 milligrams a day on niacin, which that's used to lower triglycerides, but the influence very quickly in the first week on my knee was profound, and after that I was able to start running and swimming again, and I've lost since last December I've lost 33 pounds, if that tells you anything.
W8WKY.
But yeah, so good for you for recognizing the B vitamins might help you with your arthritis. I would say you've probably only touched the tip of the iceberg if you still struggle with arthritis. Dig into, do some research on niacin. It's something that was understood decades ago, and it's, again, why they don't beat that drum is beyond me. They'll come up with reasons like, it's dangerous to your liver. Doesn't appear to be. I've been megadosing it. There's plenty in the literature to suggest to the contrary. It's not dangerous for your liver. Time-release versions can be, but don't take those. But if you get into the literature, you'll see that it's effective for treating all manner of things. I'll focus in on that one for the moment. Dustin, back over to you, sir, from W2JLS.
All right, thanks there, John. Well, I've got nothing to add here, so I'll tell you what, folks. I'm going to sign and just kind of listen. I got to take the dog out here real quick, and so this is going to be my final, but I'll be listening for a while still yet. So this is KD80PC saying 73 and passing it back over there to Nickelodeon KF580E to take it. 73, y'all.
All right, Dustin, no problem. We got you, and we think a lot of you guys up there in Ohio. So you hang in there with your medical issues as well, and take a look at what John's talking about, perhaps as well for you and for us as well. That niacin thing is kind of an intriguing idea. I think Sandy's.
I take that.
And she says she's taking it. I'm beginning to wonder maybe I shouldn't take more of it, but I don't know what I should take because I don't know how these interacts with the stuff I'm taking already. You know what I'm saying? And that's a bit of my problem is that I'm a little scared of. I don't want to be doing something wrong or stupid. I shouldn't say stupid, but just incorrect. Adding more grief to what I've got already. But nonetheless.
John, I do appreciate everything you've been talking about this evening. This sounds good. So I'm going to turn it over to Sandy and let you guys go for it a little bit more, because she has a lot more understanding of this stuff than I do, because she's spent the time taking a look at the research. Me, I've been working most of the time, except for when I retired about 4 years ago. So with that, I do trust my wife explicitly. KF5 AD 73, well, not 73, we're still going to be out here. I'll turn it over to Sandy, KF5 AD.
Hey, Pop, you might not have to do the net tonight if we're participating in a different net somewhere. Can let them run it. NX2NY.
Kilo Charlie 5, Romeo Bravo Golf. Joining in.
Hey, Shannon. This is KG5SYC.
Hey,
glad to have you
KCFQ,
in the
come back
round
for
table.
another
Dustin
comment here.
is out walking the
KCFQ.
dog and stretching his legs. I think he was going to listen in the background. But, John, as far as niacin, yep, I pretty much take that unless I run out and they don't have it at my store, which is sometimes the situation sometimes, but I do take it, and along with the rest of the bees and that, but yeah, I probably don't take it as strong a dose as what you're taking it. I probably could up it and probably take more, but the cost of vitamins in our back pocket is crazy. Since vitamins has went up in price so much, I kind of have to sit there and say, well, hopefully a little bit will be better than none at all, which I'm figuring that that's the case. But nonetheless, yeah, a lot of those that you mentioned, I do take, and like I said, I've been taking the Cholestop, and since I have a hard time sleeping, so I do the, I probably don't pronounce it right, but that ashwagandha, I can't pronounce it. At any rate, I take it for nighttime, and it kind of relaxes me and puts me to sleep at least by 2 o'clock. This is KG5SYC. I don't know if you want to let Shannon in after me or if you want to take it, John.
Yeah, W2JLS. Let me just run the list down here really quickly. It sounded like your husband's going to be listening in the background, Nickelodeon. So he's kind of listening in with you, and then you, Sandy, and I heard Shannon and Fox Queen Victor, but there was somebody just before Shannon, I think, was chiming in as well. Is that, gentlemen, are you still out there? Maybe come back with your call sign. Okay, I gather not. Yeah, I'll pass the mic over to Shannon and then Mark, Fox Queen Victor, and then I'll pick it up after Mark.
Well, there was a person in front of me. I tried to key up, and I heard him start talking, so I unkeyed. But I guess they ran off. I guess I'm getting kind of caught in the middle of a good conversation, maybe about meds or something. Sounds like you're taking niacin, Sandy, and I used to take that a long time ago. It was diabetes related and neuropathy related. I don't remember how much I took. I remember it used to make me feel extremely hot all over, and I would get real flush. I didn't care for it that much. I think it did what it was supposed to do, but overall I didn't care for it. I'm on a lot of meds, so I know a lot about interactions and stuff. Matter of fact, I was just talking to my doctor today, and we're going to start trying to wean me off. Some of them are pretty strong, and it's we were talking about it today, and it's probably going to take me 6 months to get off of it, weaning me off of it a little bit at a time. It's going to be a long, tough process. But shoot, I was wanting him to just cut it cold turkey, and he goes, "Oh, we can't do that." He goes, just not going to work out for you in your benefits. I was like, "Oh, okay." And then he explained to me, it's going to be a long process. I look forward to taking less pills, though. I take 2 handfuls a day, one in the morning, one at night. And then I take all my insulin shots on top of that. So, but anyway, as the conversation goes on, I guess I can put some more quarters in the jukebox. KC5RBG. Over to you, Mark.
W8WKY.
Alright, KCFQ. Yep, I'm on some meds. But yeah, I was listening to Dustin. Yeah, I don't drink much pop. I mean, I do a little bit, but not as much as I used to. When I worked, I used to drink 3 or 4, 3 cans when I went to work. I drank a can for each break and lunch. But then I retired, and I still drank pop, but then I got off of that some. I was drinking that ice, water. I drink ice and it's not carbonated. And I get it at Aldi's, not the main brand one. That's $1 a bottle. I get theirs at 55 cents. We just got some. Then Wally World has another one that's a little more carbon, and that's about 3 cents more than Aldi's, but it's good.
And
I drink
and
the flavored water.
Guess I'm the good guy. Repeater, we could go ahead with the night crawlers net.
The only time I drink regular pop, I have it here. I have that's my ice.
Better information.
All that what I drink. But now I even got an apple juice. So apple juice is good. I drink that. Matter of fact, I had to do it tonight. I was down. Matter of fact, I went in today and they were concerned about the CGM. It's just doing what it's supposed to do, so your X-ray equipment didn't bother it. So it's amazing what they can do with the X-ray equipment now. But we'll send it around to the next person. I can't recall who it was. KCFQB.
Break.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I believe the call I caught there was N2NY making all kinds of noise there. I think they may have dropped off there, but that was totally uncalled for if that station is still there. KD80PC.
Now, Bob, we're finding out what shakes out.
All right, guys, stand by here while I get rid of the offender. right. Now the offender is gone. KD8EPC, carry on, folks.
W2JLS returning. I'll be around for maybe 2 rounds. I got to probably head off to bed again after that. But just going back to some notes from earlier, I'm assuming that that Nickelodeon is still hanging out there with Miss Sandy relative to things that you can take with your current regimen. You could definitely get away with niacin on that, but again, talk to your doctors about these things. I'm not sure which statin you're on or how big a dose, but I would encourage you to read the studies that put statins where they are. I personally, by the time I looked into that, I'm not convinced cholesterol is the problem. I think we may be trying to control the wrong number, and there are some things that make sense to promote general well-being for somebody with a tendency towards type 2 diabetes. One of those, some of those are as a function of nutrition, and others are as a function of diet. And I'd use those, both supplementation and then diet. If you want to get out of the condition of type 2 diabetes, can be as a result of insulin resistance. And going back to diet, the way to get out of it, if you're 30 to 60 days of maybe something like take a look at time-restrictive eating or intermittent fasting protocols, you can dig it up online. I'm happy to get into that, but it might take longer than folks want to listen to. But the idea is the way people eat these days, and a lot of our foods are processed, carbohydrates and sugar, soda pops and things like this. And what happens is every time we are trying to process those types of materials, your body is turning on, you're sending insulin via the pancreas. And if we do that too frequently over the course of the day, because you get up, you have a cup of coffee, maybe 3, maybe it had sugar in it, and then maybe you had breakfast with that. Maybe some of the breakfast was, pancakes with syrup, and it's like sugar. Maybe you have a snack on your way to lunch. You have lunch. After lunch, between lunch and dinner, you might have had another snack. You get the idea. Maybe you had 2 or 3 drinks before you went to bed, and a midnight snack. So you never turn the pancreas off, and you're pumping insulin, and what ends up happening is the insulin stops working. You become insulin resistant, is what they call that, and that is a big problem. That leads to type 2 diabetes, and the way out is through better diet, and part of that is not even what you're eating, it's when you're eating it, how frequently you eat. Eat less frequently. Look into time-restrictive eating or intermittent fasting protocols. What can you do safely? Talk to your doctor about maybe wanting to engage how to get out of type 2 diabetes. It doesn't have to be about drugs. They assume that that's the easy, quick fix for Americans, and you don't have the discipline to do what you need to do without introducing a drug therapy. That's a mistake. Anyway, that's food for thought on your point. And then, Sandy, I heard you mention sleep issues, and you also mentioned, I believe you were trying to say ashwagandha for adrenal support, kind of stress relief. A lot of people are using that. It's a natural approach. It's not a bad thing, I don't think. I don't supplement it daily. I have, over the years, used it. It seemed like there was a little influence for me. But sleep issues, though, going back to the conversation we had earlier about vitamin D3, magnesium, and K2, there's something really important there to talk about. Magnesium, in addition to activating D3, which is necessary, critical actually, magnesium is also, it's excellent for promoting, as we were just talking about, relative to insulin sensitivity. It can promote regaining insulin sensitivity, but it's also spectacular in terms of getting better sleep. It's part of why niacin works when it works well. niacin, and if you look up the Krebs cycle, which is how the human body generates energy, something called ATP, look at the Krebs cycle. It's kind of a complex bit of chemistry, but you will note NAD, NAD+, that's a niacin derivative. So niacin's in there, and you'll note magnesium's pretty prominent in the Krebs cycle as well. So those two supplements can factor for energy production in humans. So dig into the Krebs cycle if you're curious. You probably could find some neat videos and stuff online. But again, talk to your doctor before you supplement. Definitely recommend magnesium though in a water-soluble version. Otherwise it's not bioavailable. You can't take milk of magnesia, for example. You need mag citrate or one of those. W2 JLS. Let's pass it off to Shannon down in Tulsa.
KC5RBG. Boy, you covered a lot of stuff there. I'm on a bunch of things for sleep. In fact, I talked to the doctor about sleeping today. That's why we're seeing about what we can do to get off some of these meds. My sleep still is not that great. It's all over the place, but I have a lot of different reasons that I'm not sleeping well. Everything from sleep apnea, restless leg syndrome, PTSD, night terrors and nightmares, all kinds of stuff like that. So my sleep is a big issue right now. Hopefully getting off of some of these meds is going to help that, though. We're crossing our fingers on it anyway. KC5RBG. I guess it goes to you, Sandy.
This is KG5SYC. Shannon, well, for one, sorry we missed meeting you up there in Oklahoma. Was looking forward to it. But as we drove through Tulsa, I didn't know where you were at or nothing, but I gave you a couple waves as we were driving back home. And I made mention that Shannon, if you're in this area, hello to you, and I give you a couple waves. So hopefully you felt the waves and the sediments that was headed your way. And I know you're on a lot of meds, and I don't know how I would react. As far as niacin, I found that I have to do my niacin in the morning with the B12 because I'm a very warm sleeper. I don't know, my body temperature is just kind of on the warm side, so when I'm sleeping in that, I have to sleep with a fan going and air conditioning going, and even sometimes in the wintertime, I'll sit there and flip the fan on so it sits there and blows a breeze on my face because I am quite warm. But I think that's because of the fact that I went through early menopause, which is pretty, from what I understand, is pretty uncommon for a 35-year-old person to go through menopause. So they had me on different types of drugs to keep me from getting osteoporosis too early. And well, I don't know if that was the culprit or not, but I still had the hot flashes and stuff that I was going through. But nonetheless, as far as niacin, I do know that I was reading that it's best taken in the morning so that you can kind of worked through it, and that could be why you were kind of on the hot side at night. If you were taking it at night, Shannon, that you might try taking it during the daytime, and then you would at least have the cool air of an air conditioning or something available for you, and it wouldn't interrupt your sleep. Yeah, I think a lot of my night. Let me take it for a nickel. All right. I think the reason I'm such a night owl is because of the fact that I've pretty much always worked a nighttime job. From the time I even met Nick, and that even before then, I worked donut shops, and I sit there and would make donuts, and so it was through the night that I worked, and so I slept during the day. I was awake at night. So after that was always prominent, then along came kids, and of course they keep you up at night. So that didn't bother me, but I had to work through my first one, a 2-hour feeding, and Nickelodeon wanting to tune her up kind of scared me, so that ended me asking him to get up and get her because he was going for the screwdriver to tune her. Yeah, that's another story for another time. But as far as the vitamins and I've been taking berberine, and they say that's supposed to stabilize blood sugar. If you are at a borderline, that it's supposed to help alleviate some of that, and it's also vitamins over the counter. So I'm hoping that either that's what's keeping me borderline or it's lowering it down. And this is KG5SYC, and John, guess you got another turn coming.
W2JLS returning. Let me make sure. I think Mark said he was going to be just listening in, but I didn't want to leave him out if he was wanting to pop in. Are you still there, Mark? Did you want to jump in?
All right, thanks for asking. Yeah, let me just listen now and maybe fall asleep, and I'll just leave this connected. It stays connected, and if it stays connected, I'll hear Jim in the morning come in, or some of the early birds that get in before Jim. So I'll say 73s, and you guys enjoy the night. But I'll just leave it on. If it stays on for the night, it would be great. It'd be nice, because I would hear them guys in the morning when they come into the barometer net at 6. Sometimes some of them guys get in there and driving. So, and I'm sure they're going to talk about frosted windows tomorrow probably. So, KCFQV.
Very good, Mark. W2JLS returning. Yeah, Sandy, on your point about berberine, yeah, it's one that I have not added berberine into my regimen, but I intend to. I know it's known to lower LDL, so-called bad cholesterol, and triglycerides. I like the sounds of that. Also, it's known to reduce blood pressure, and it is also a general anti-inflammatory. And as you mentioned, relative to maintaining blood glucose levels, it's one of those that factors there as well. So it sounds like a spectacular supplement, and it's one that until recently I never really heard so much about it. It's popping up more and more. Back to niacin, I would say relative to Shannon's comments about the warmth at night and such, the niacin it gives you that flush, as I mentioned earlier. The niacin flush is a perfusion of blood into capillaries at the skin level, and that promotes like this general feeling of warmth. You'll actually, as you look in a mirror, when that happens, the flush, you will have like a red, almost looks like a sunburn. And this is particularly noted as you're early in niacin therapy. Like if you're taking niacin doses even as low as 100 milligrams, that will happen in the beginning, and then it takes more and more to get the same effect. If you're on it for weeks and months, it's sometimes barely notice anything like the flush to occur. So that's kind of a temporary feeling for most people. I actually kind of like it. It's spectacular in the cold months because it can give you a feeling of warmth when you need one. But yeah, that being said, it's well above the U.S. recommended daily allowance. Which should not concern you. Most of those recommended daily allowances were set by the absolute minimum that you would need to prevent it. In the case of niacin, something like pellagra was the nutritional deficiency. So they defined the recommended daily allowance for niacin, for example, as how much you would need to take to prevent having pellagra, which is nuts. In terms of getting the full benefits of niacin, depends on what you're trying to get from it. But if you're after lowering triglycerides and pushing up on good cholesterol, HDL, you need to be taking much higher dosages, in the realm of 500 minimum to more like 3 grams, so 500 milligrams to 3,000 milligrams daily. And at those dosages, I split mine up. I'll take 500 milligram dosages throughout the course of the day, and I've seen a nice impact on triglycerides reducing and my HDL going up, the good cholesterol. So there's that. And then, of course, I mentioned the benefit on the arthritis, profound. So all I can say is research, talk to your doctor, maybe consider trying some stuff. And I would also say, generally speaking, vitamins are part of nature, part of what's normal in things expected in human life. We kind of evolved around certain things being necessary in our system, and vitamins clearly are part of that. On the other hand, most pharmaceuticals are not. They're contrived. They're made by guys like me and working in laboratory settings, and they're designer compounds that are targeting specific biological response, and they haven't been tested by millions of years of human evolution. So consider that, and then go dig into the studies. Don't trust everything you hear, including from me. W2JLS, passing it along. Not sure where it's going. I think it's back up to you, Sandy.
Okay, this is KF5ADE, Nickelodeon, and I'm going to pick it up for Sandy just temporarily. We've been following all the traffic as well, and we're working our way to hit the hay, you might say. But we're definitely going to be staying with it. We've got that's the nice thing about the iPad and the some people sit there and call it they call Echolink something else, a derogatory term, but Echolink works for us. I don't know why, it just seems to work. So we're happy with it, and so it's interesting that all of your knowledge, and it was funny when you sit there and said about the cable, the chemistry going on, that I thought, yeah, vitamins and natural food elements we've had, we call these vitamins and supplements or herbs and things that are good for you because the good Lord gave them to us to be good for us. But yet man, in his wisdom that God's given us, has made us take a lot of chemicals and, like you said, mix them into or purify them, just taking out everything else and just leave us with the component that we know that hits a particular target, like you were saying, John. So with that, I'll go ahead and back it out for me, and we'll come around for, I'm not sure who's up next. I think it's Shannon. Shannon, you still there? KF5ADE.
I am here. KC5RBG. Well, I'll tell you, I take so many pills as it is. I don't really take vitamins. For one, I can't afford them. I get most of my meds free from the VA. So I actually did buy some vitamins the other day. Let me turn this thing down over here. There we go. But I did buy some vitamins the other day. It was like a very enhanced and concentrated fish oil, and it's supposed to help with my tears in my eyes. It's supposed to help my eyes produce
Careful, sugar. That's strong
tears, and because I have really, really bad dry eyes. And when I had my cataract surgeries, I had an issue with my eyes being so dry. So needless to say, that was not a good thing. What else? I got lots of things that go wrong, and a lot of different things I'm trying to get fixed and all that, but I'm happy if I can just get out of bed each day. To be quite honest, and I like to try to get to sleep, when I can. Tonight I took my night meds at 8 o'clock. And it's almost 12:30. And, with it being almost 12:30, it's still one of the situations where it's probably going to be a little bit after 1 before I get to sleep.
W2 JLS returning. Shannon, I hear you. I was also going to mention to you, you probably know my buddy Bob down there in Oklahoma. KF5EQX is a good buddy of mine. I know he doesn't get on the radio as much as he used to, but next time you see him or run into him, one way or the other, give him a shout out for me. I owe him a phone call. He's a good guy. And then back to some of the points that were being made earlier on things that Nickelodeon was doing. Nick, you said you'd worked out into your regimen some physical activity, walking and such. I think that's great. All the stuff you do with vitamins is extremely helpful, and I think you'll find some great benefit if you target in on the right things. Don't forget to look up, get online, you maybe Miss Sandy will do some research for you on the time-restricted eating, intermittent fasting. There's some really good content on YouTube. If you can tap into some of the folks that are putting the good content out there, I'm happy to point you guys in the direction. I think we've got some mutual friends here on the Sarah Club. I can maybe exchange contact information through them. But next time you're in the area, definitely have Nick or Dustin make an introduction if we're at the same event, if you're at one of the club meetings. I have a feeling that maybe we were at one club meeting together, and we might have even met. But now that we've talked, let's next time you're in the area, definitely look me up. With that, I think I'm probably going to need to clear out of here. For me, I'm already at that 1:30 point, and I've got to get up in the morning. I'm here by the grace of a 3-hour nap earlier. Otherwise, I'd be sleeping already. W2JLS, it's been a pleasure speaking to everybody tonight. Everyone take care.
This is KG5SYC with KF5ADE. All right, John, you have a good night, and it was quite interesting topic that we got into. It's always been something that I've always looked into when they sit there and tell me that I'm borderline something, or if I feel that a certain way, I'll sit there and look, well, what vitamin am I maybe lacking that is my body's trying to tell me that I need to replenish. And so I do that, and but I know the D3 and the magnesium and all those that you've mentioned, I definitely take pretty regularly. Also, COQ10 is another one that I take quite often. That was a burger of a price, though. My goodness, the price on that baby is expensive. But nonetheless, I do that, and the niacin, the bees. The only one I probably not taking that you mentioned was the K2. I'll have to do a little research on that, but I know my son takes it, so it's probably one I'll probably try to work in with the morning vitamins, because the bees seem to work better for me in the morning. But you have a good night. It was definitely nice talking to you, and hopefully we will be able to meet for the first time, or again, if we met you at the First Star Club meeting when we was doing pictures. There's a chance you probably might have been in the picture. I don't know. At any rate, this is KG5SYC 733 from Cibolo. And Shannon, I'm good for a couple more rounds if you're wanting to stay around. This is KG5SYC.
Still on transit, Sandy.
Oh.
KC5 RBG, yeah, I'm good for a few more rounds. Yeah, I knew you all were coming up. I didn't know when you were going to be here, though. I didn't make it to the Ham Fest on Saturday. Me and Rimmel ended up going Friday. But I wasn't able to make it Saturday. Had a good time there, though. You know, it was nice meeting a lot of the people that I talked to pretty regular. I knew that Alan had met up with you. I guess y'all went, I think he said y'all went to Rib Crib, which has pretty good barbecue. I like their barbecue. But yeah, I missed y'all. I wanted to meet y'all too, but unfortunately I didn't have your number or anything, so I wasn't able to do that.
KG5SYC. Yeah, too bad, because we were in the RV park just across the I can't even say it's a road. It's more like the parking lot.
Yeah, it's parking lot to the place.
To the place. But we were parked out there, we got in on Friday morning. No, was it Friday? It was Thursday. We left on Wednesday from here, and we spent the night, and we spent the night Thursday, and we stayed Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night, and we booked out on Sunday. But yeah, when I heard that you were there Friday, I was like, oh, bummer. You probably showed up.
Walked right past us.
And we probably didn't know that you were there, but we were watching them set up stuff and get things going. So, at any rate, we're sorry that we missed you, but looking forward to meeting you maybe on the next go-round. KG5SYC, back to you, Shannon.
KC5RBG. Yeah, there's always next time, you know. We'll make it happen sooner rather than later, I'm sure. As you all probably come through here, you've probably been through here quite a few times. And, you know, anytime you're even passing through here, if you, you know, hit me up, I can usually, you know, do lunch or dinner or whatever time you're coming through, breakfast. But yeah, it was sad that I missed you, but we'll make it happen. We will make it happen. I'm not too worried about it. Well, it sounds like y'all are about as healthy as me. I'll tell you though, I had a TIA. What was that? The beginning of last year, I think. But I had that TIA, and I'll tell you, they put me on atorvastatin, and that made my cholesterols get where they need to be quick, and it's been keeping them there. Actually, my cholesterol's a little bit low even, which, you know, I need to eat a little bit more fatty stuff to raise it up a little bit, but I have a hard time eating anything fatty other than like steak or, you know, prime rib, something like that. But I need to eat a little bit more just to, you know, bump it up just a tad. Not much, just a tad is all I need.
KG5SYC. Do you like salmon? Because salmon would be awful good. And you said you went out and got fish oil. Have you taken fish oil before? Because for me, I burped that stuff up like crazy. So I changed over to what they call HTC. Kind of hard to find at times. I guess probably everybody else is getting it too. But it is a omega-3 supplement, and if nothing else, go online and do some research on it and see if it would work for you, because unless you're used to the fish, then, you know, you could stay with the fish oil. But for me, I could not stand the aftertaste of burping that fish oil up. KG5SYC, back to you, Shannon.
KC5 RPG returning. Well, you know, I used to take fish oil a lot, and I would get it from the VA. I don't think, I think it was just, you know, your standard fish oil. That I did have some burping issues. But the fish oil I'm taking right now, it has not made me burp or taste that awful taste at all. It's just really awesome. I may have to go get it in a minute and tell you what it is, but yeah, I haven't tasted it one bit, and hadn't burped any of it up, and basically I take 3 of them every morning. There's 90 in the bottle, and you take 3 every morning, and it's supposed to help your tear production. But I mean, it's fish oil, so it's going to affect other stuff as well. You know, it's not just going to go to your eyes, but you know, I do feel like it's helped some. It doesn't make my eyes flood or anything, but at the same time, they're not as dry as what they have been, so that's pretty good.
KG5SYC. Well, that's good. If it's working for you, that's great. I know that when I was watching my dad, and I was working with hospice, his eyes were always dry, and they gave me some drops that to put in his eyes to help develop the tears that and to keep things from being so dry. And of course, this was in his final stages, and so his eyes were dry, his mouth was dry. So I had several things that I had to give him, you know, to help moisten up and that, and because water, even though he was drinking a lot of water, it just wasn't enough to keep his mouth what he felt wet, and his eyes would dry out, and of course his nose would dry out, but that was just the fact that his body was starting to drain off his body fluids, and before he actually passed. So, but trying to make him comfortable in the process was a job, and but it's something I wouldn't have traded in the world. I'm glad I was able to go and be with him in his final month, couple months, I guess, that I was there with him, and getting him to doctor's appointments and making arrangements with his doctors to release him to hospice and, you know, different things. But it was definitely eye-opening for me in that respect, and but it also was a blessing because of the fact after I was married and everything, we were overseas several years, so we lost time in that with them in that time frame. So it was good that I was able to spend my his final days with me, and him talking to me, telling me his stories about his wife. It was very interesting. KG5SYC.
Well, it sounds like that was a hard time for you to go through, but at the same time, it seemed like it was very nice. A lot happened in that time. You could definitely call that quality time, for sure. I have cottonmouth a lot too. A lot of it is my meds. It also has to do with me dipping for so long. I started dipping at 8 years old, and I just quit in December. So I dipped for quite a few years, and my saliva glands just they got a real hard time figuring out when to produce saliva, and when you have dry mouth, it causes a lot more other issues as well. Plaque buildup, cavity buildup, bad breath, just the list goes on and on and on. So I drink a lot of water every day. I have several 32-ounce Yetis, and I will pick one for the day and go around it. Everywhere I go, it goes. I never know when I'm going to get thirsty or get cottonmouth or anything else. So if I don't have it with me, I get kind of freaked out. It's like, where is it? I need it type of a thing. But yeah, quitting was probably one of the best things I could have ever done, but the cravings are still just bothering me like crazy. I know it's good I quit, but, my mind just keeps telling me, to go get some. I need it back in my mouth, and I'm not going back to the way it was. Just not going to do it. It'll make my life a lot easier in the long run. But yeah, I'm on a lot of different stuff for sleep. Most of them are mental health meds, but I am on melatonin and trazodone as well. Of course, melatonin is the natural vitamin for sleep. But I take, melatonin, trazodone, quitapine, cephalohethodine.
WKY, time out.
of my mind as being really strong, but I guess it is more than I thought it was.
KG5SYC. Oh, yes. Mind is definitely a strong outlet, I would guess you would say. But, of course, Nick's mind is hit the pillow, go to sleep. And he's been like that for years. I finally gotten him up to stay up till 11, 12 o'clock with me, and but sometimes it's a fight. Other times he can do it, but it depends on what's going on. But at 10 o'clock, it used to be 10 o'clock. He turns to a pumpkin, and it didn't matter where he's at or what he was doing. 10 o'clock comes, and his eyes were sitting there saying, "Oh, it's sleep time." But when we met, he was working Radio Shack, a day job. I was working nights, so we kind of clashed there. And he'd come in the donut shop and talk to me, because that's essentially his friends is the ones that was trying to set us up. And, of course, that's a long story, too, because from the time I was in high school to the time we actually met, we had like 7 people, different walks of life, and that all trying to hook him and I up, not knowing that some of his friends was friends with, and I was friends with them, but I did not know Nick. But after a while, I guess he came down to help his friend with the donut shop, because he said I bailed out on him, and so he came down. But that was a way to hook him and I up. So yeah, I've always been a night owl, pretty much, and so. But I guess we'll hit the old bed. It's headed toward the 1 o'clock hour, and it's about the same for you. And so I think I'll give you a one or two more rounds, and then I'm going to call it a good night. But definitely been nice talking to you, Shannon. I often wanted to just have a QSO or a talk and get to know you a little bit more. And like I said, when we drove through town, I gave you a wave. KG5SYC, back to you, Shannon.
Well, I definitely felt the wave for sure. You know, I do feel it when people think about me and pray about me and stuff. I might not know who's doing it, but a lot of times I can feel it. Always been very spiritual. So yeah, I did feel it. And we will get together, most definitely. And it was great talking with you today. It's nice to finally get you one-on-one instead of being on the net. Or I should say one-on-two, because I know Nick's sitting right there, too. But yeah, it is getting late. Sometimes my phone said it is 12:51. Yeah. Yep, it's time for bed. You know, I'm usually in bed by then other days I toss, turn, sit up, play some Xbox, and or listen to music, or something like that. Trying to get my mind to slow down so you can go to sleep. And it doesn't always happen for me in a timely manner. Like the other day, I finally fell asleep about 6:30 in the morning. That was on Monday. Sunday night, Monday morning. I fell asleep about 6 in the morning on that Monday morning. Just like I said, just depends on what my mind's gonna be going through that night. The more that I think I engage it, probably the better I will sleep. Sometimes I don't get much, brain activity during the day. I'm not a people person, and I don't like to leave the house. So, with that being said, it's like I'm pretty much a homebody, me and the dogs. I have friends, though, that they do their best to get me out. I don't know if you know Rimmel, but me and him try to do lunch at least once a week. Sometimes we don't get it done in a week, but we sure try every week to have at least one day where we go to lunch.
Time out.
Clear on your final.
All right, Shannon. This is KG5SYC and KF5ADE, and I wish you a good night's sleep and a good refreshing tomorrow. And you, like I said, have a good night, and we'll talk to you again. And if you're ever in Texas, look us up. We're around. So I guess if you need a phone number, you can get with Alan. He has it. Well, we give him a hard time every so often, and I'll shoot him off something and give him a hard time every so often. So it was nice meeting him and everybody up there at the and Ray and actually Friday. Probably we were addressing a battery issue a little bit on Friday because the house battery on the RV was kaput when we drove in, so we wasn't able to put the jacks down or get it leveled or the slide out or anything. So, we had to get Ray to go take, no, it wasn't Ray.
It was Grant.
Yeah, Grant took to AutoZone to get a new battery. So I think he was talking with Ray, and then Grant was the one that actually did it. So at any rate, we'll let you have a good rest, and we'll talk to you again. This is KG5SYC with KFIDE, and we'll be clear.
W8WKY. 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 Repeater PL114.8. W8WKY. W8WKY.